good.
Hello and welcome to this week's very special edition of Victory Never Sleeps. Those of you watching may notice that folk builder Chris Savich of Michigan returns tonight to give us another thorough discussion on the conversion process in Anglo-Saxon England and the brave men that stood against it in various different ways. Anyone who saw Chris's episode on the Goths will have high expectations for this program, and I have every reason to believe that you will not be disappointed. So get something to drink, tell your friends, spread the word, because I think we're in for a treat this evening. Top of the show stuff. So far, we have a very exciting and enthusiastic number of people looking to come out and celebrate the dedication of Phrasehoff. That's coming up on the 6th of December in Austintown, Ohio. We would love to see you there. I would love to get a chance to meet you guys. Or if you're listening and I've already met you, I'd love to get to see you again and catch up. Anybody who is interested, the McNallans are planning on attending as well. So that's a good time to see our founder and his lovely wife, Githya Sheila. It's going to be an awesome event. It's literally a once in a lifetime, once ever event, and it's going to be very special. And I'm very proud to show you the Hoff, and it's something that, you know, people put a lot of hard work into, a lot of devotion into, and something that we're very proud to share with all of our folks. So if you can make it, we would love to see you there. If you're interested, please talk to your local folk builder, or any of our folk builders for that matter, and we can get you all set up. On Phrasehoff news, we are, and this is all before we've even had our dedication, mind you, we are already 30.7% paid off. Comes out to $115 per member. If that were donated today, we would pay this thing off, and that is before we have even had our dedication. You guys have been astoundingly generous, and I'm very thankful for it. And just want to let you guys know how that effort is coming. And yeah, we appreciate everybody who has contributed so far. If you're interested, runestone.org/donate. And we appreciate anything that you guys are able to contribute. So thank you for that. Also, top of the show news, just out, we have our 2026 AFA calendar. You can get your calendar at the Runestone store at runestone.org/store. Get yours today. They make wonderful Yule presents. Get yours quick. They make wonderful Thanksgiving presents. But yeah, a number of our volunteers put in a lot of work making those beautiful. Whit and Brandy contributed a lot, and I know that Gothy East's wife Madison helped a great deal on it too. So yeah, check it out if you're interested. You know, you can. It's got our days of remembrance on it. It's got our holidays on it. And it's also got pictures of our lovely AFA family celebrating throughout the course of the year. So yeah, get yours today. I think that's all the top of the program news I have for guys this week. Yeah, so here we are. Top of the show thing to remember, this is a very question and answer driven program. So please ask any questions that you might have throughout the show. We will get to them when we get to them. If they are, you know, if we need to take a break and have a palate cleanser, maybe we'll answer a question or two. Or if the questions pertain to something we're discussing, we'll inject those as well. You can ask questions at any time they come to you at vns@runestone.org. We have a number of folks that do that pretty regularly. It's a good system, and we answer your question the next program that we have. So thank you for everybody who's done that so far, and know that that is available to you. Other stuff. It's cheesy, but it's how you make the algorithm work for you. Like, share, subscribe. Do that wherever you're consuming this. And if you want, help us out with word of mouth. Tell people, you know, if you enjoy the program, chances are you know somebody else that might enjoy the program too. Let them know. Invite them to come check it out. Yeah, with that, first, Chris, how you doing tonight?
I am doing very well, sir. I'm doing very well. All things are going well. Lovely little daughter is doing well. She is drifting off to sleep. I can hear the silence outside my office, so that's good.
Excellent. All right, so it's kind of your show tonight, and I will interject as necessary, or I don't know, as I feel so inclined. But take it away. Start wherever you would like. What kind of background? Tell folks where you're starting and what they need to know.
So, to begin with, we're talking about four heroes from Anglo-Saxon England. The Anglo-Saxons. Anglo-Saxon is an old term or a term we used for the English people when they were still a very young people. We're talking about England, which is Britain, sans Ireland, right? And sans Wales at this time. So I just kind of wanted to start off with a brief history of Britain as a place to kind of set the stage for the Anglo-Saxons, because as you can tell from the name Anglo-Saxon, them being in the British Isles is a bit of a historical phenomena. So starting at the beginning, around 9,999 BC, the British Isles are inhabited by early hominids, and Neolithic hunter-gatherer peoples start entering when the glaciers retreat. Neolithic hunter-gatherers are one of the three early populations that go on to become modern white people. Around 7,000-ish Cheddar Man lives in the British Isles. So at this time, Britain is the northwest peninsula of Europe. It is connected to mainland France by just solid land. And there's this big stretch of chalk that connects the what we now refer to as the British Isles to mainland Europe. And glaciation, rising sea levels, a lot of complicated stuff over literal thousands of years lead to this stretch of land that connects Britain to France getting eroded away. The land that gets eroded away is referred to as Doggerland. Nick can throw up a map of that if he wants. It's not super important because by the time we care, it's all gone anyways. But Doggerland finishes sinking, around 4000 BC, early European farmer peoples enter Britain. These are people who come out of Anatolia. They're the second wave of population that goes on to become modern white people. So around 3800 BC, Doggerland finishes sinking. Around 3300 BC, there's a hunter-gatherer resurgence. For a period of time, the early European farmer peoples gain predominance over the hunter-gatherer peoples of Europe. And when we say hunter-gatherer, they're not literally just surviving off of hunting deer. What that means is that they don't farm grain. They do practice plant cultivation of various other kinds. But in 3000-ish BC, the hunter-gatherers experience some kind of resurgence and gain predominance over the farmers. It's not entirely clear why. We don't really need to care. We're moving on. Around 2400 or so BC, the Bell Beaker peoples, who have some degree of early European farmer and Neolithic hunter-gatherer DNA already, enter Britain. These are Indo-European speaking peoples. They speak a language that is distantly related to modern English. This is when the Bronze Age begins. Again, there's technical specifics that we don't need to get into here. So around 800-ish BC, again, give or take, the Celts start entering. So there's this 2,000-year stretch between the first Indo-European peoples and the continental Celts as we understand them moving in, right? The Bell Beakers and the Celts, the Bronze Age and Iron Age Indo-European peoples both arrive via boat, whereas the Neolithic hunter-gatherer and European farmer peoples walk into Britain, right? So in the Bronze Age, Britain was really important because it exported tin. Geologically, tin and copper do not show up in the same places. However, if you combine tin and you combine copper, you get bronze, which is superior to both for a lot of things, including weapons. And this resulted in large-scale trade networks throughout Europe and the Mediterranean to move around people and tin and copper to these urban centers that were centered around warlords, basically enslaving people to farm grain. And the Bronze Age collapse results in these trade networks collapsing. And every little warlord sitting on his hill thinks, what am I going to do to get metal? So they turn to iron. Iron is really common. It's ubiquitous. But at this time we're talking about, like 2000 BC, it's inferior to bronze overall. And as the Bronze Age collapse goes on, people start figuring out how to work iron, how to literally work iron. Like the problem is that with tin and copper, you mix them together, you make bronze, and you melt it and cast it, and then you do some heat treating. And if you're making a sword, you like grind out a blade, right? But with iron, it makes cast iron if you just let the liquid iron out of the furnace. So it has to be subjected to reductive processes, which require, at the time, borderline magic involving calciferous minerals and the like. But then you have to hit it with a hammer a lot, and you have to like fold it. It's kind of like working a pastry, but at high temperatures on an anvil with a hammer. And so figuring out how to make iron workable leads to the Iron Age happening. So from 800 BC to around 550 BC, Britain is run by the Celts, people who are related to the modern Irish, the modern Welsh, the modern kind of the modern Cornish. Brittany, the northwest peninsula off of France, is also a place where Celts live. So the Celtic world is this pretty complicated network of republican city-states with like written constitutions, and not anything like we would approximate it, but like democratic processes and kings. And there's this complex priest caste of druids, and it's a really complex network of individual nodes. And the Celts were in long-term combat with their cousins, the Italics, to the south. This is Romans' perennial wars with the Gauls. And eventually the Romans start to gain predominance, leading to the early imperial claimant, I guess you could call him, Julius Caesar, in 55 BC, leading his first invasion of Britain. So Caesar's big gimmick was, if he led an illegal bandit raid into Gaul of such size that he stole all of the gold in France, he could basically pay off his enemies in Rome to forgive him for breaking the law repeatedly. I'm really glossing this over because we don't care about Roman history for this, up to where it becomes relevant. So in 55 BC, Caesar leads his first invasion, and in 54 BC, Caesar leads his second invasion. By 54 AD, everything up to the Roman city of Lindum, Lincoln in Lincolnshire today, is within the Roman sphere. So the Roman little e empire was a complex civilizational network of client-patron relations going back to the city of Rome. We have a tendency today to backport modern ideas of statehood onto the Roman Empire. So it was more like how, regarding how Rome's client states worked, it was more like how the United States federal government's international empire works. Germany is not a de jure like territorial unit within the United States federal government. German lawmakers do not have to get the US president's say so before they write a law. They don't have to take it to the US Senate. But Germany is still full of American military bases. It's still deeply economically connected to the American economy, and it's still deeply influenced by American media. So it's a client to a patron, but it's not outright like part of a state. It doesn't take orders. So when the Romans moved through the Celtic world, I will distinguish Gaul. I'll talk about that name a little bit later, why it's Gaul. But the Romans would call it Gallia, which actually has no relationship to Gaul, but whatever. How it would work is Caesar would enter in and he would basically say, "Ay-oh, bada bing, bada boom. Who wants to be my best friend?" And whoever turned traitor and worked with him first got the preferential treatment when Rome inevitably conquered the area. So it's not a conquest in the sense of like walking in and killing everyone and then absorbing them and putting them into a province, as much as it is a very complicated international diplomatic exercise. And so when we say that Rome owns everything up to Lindum, what we really mean is that the various Celtic city-states living in Britain, and in Gaul for that matter, have entered into the Roman economic, cultural, religious, military, et cetera, patronage network. So it's kind of like the situation that Canada and Mexico are in with the US, where there's an incredible flow of goods and labor and everything across a nominal border. So Rome is the dominant power in Britain circa 54 AD. Boudica's revolt is in 60 AD. Boudica is the queen of a Celtic tribe, and her people are on the losing side of one of those AO, bada bing, bada boom, who wants to be my best of friend kind of relationships. And faced with what happens when you get absorbed by a civilization on bad terms, which is slavery, her and her people lead a desperate last-ditch suicide by cop at a military scale fight against Rome and lose very, very badly. But they do not suffer the indignity of becoming slaves. And it's worth noting here that slavery in the Roman Empire meant a lot of things. A lot of slaves did not lead very sucky lives. There were a large number of slaves who led incredibly terrible lives. They would be worked to death, and that would come very quickly, like within weeks, if not months, of being sent to where you were going to be working as a slave. At this time, also, one of the worst things that could happen to you, short of getting chucked into the Colosseum to get torn apart by lions for the cheering of the crowd, was being sent to a gold factory or a gold mine, or worse, a quicksilver mine, because you would be working with mercury and you would go crazy and die a very painful death due to mercury poisoning. So when we see Boudica like rebelling against Roman rule, when we see Celtic powers rebelling against Roman rule, they're not doing this because they're dumb or because they're savages. It's because they understand very well that if they don't play their cards right, they suffer a very bad fate, because the Roman little e empire chews up and spits people out at this time. So in 69 AD, we have the year of the four emperors, when there are four emperors. Do you want to say something, sir?
I did, and I forgot that I had muted myself. I apologize, because this is more disruptive than I meant it to be. Just because of the nature of your cadence, I wanted to recognize G.W. Farnsworth for, again, he is the first one to donate every single week, and we appreciate him, donating 20 to the program and 30 towards Phrasehoff. Thank you. Also, Gilbert, another amazing donor. We appreciate you, Gilbert. 150 towards Baldershoff Steeple.
Thank you, sir.
For that. And Angela donated 50 towards Phrasehoff and 25 towards Baldershoff Steeple. So thank you guys, both of you, very much.
Continue.
Carry on.
All right. So in 69 AD, there is the year of the four emperors. So as I said, there are four emperors in this year. Specifically, there are four men competing, and it's very complicated. Go on.
So before I do, something about Roman interaction with quote unquote barbarian tribes. I was watching a different podcast that made this similarity, and I think it's true in a lot of ways, that white folks dealt with Indians when they got to the New World. I think when you want to think about Britons or Germans or Gauls, you think of them somehow as nations. You think of them as Germany, France, and England, and it's very much not the case. It's lots of intertribal politics of non-united tribes that their point of commonality may be cultural and linguistic, but not governmental. So one of the things when these rebellions and things would happen is raising their stock to be able to negotiate and deal with Rome, because Rome would choose their favorites to play one against the other. And you had different opportunities and regional power based on those kind of arrangements. So that's why you see a lot of these things coming out with, like, all Britons weren't Iceni, but the Iceni had a prominent position amongst the Britons. And you see that throughout Roman politics dealing with tribal groups.
Yeah, so that's a really good point, because when we talked about the Goths, right, I pointed out that this word tribe isn't really accurate. It comes from the Latin tribus, which literally means third. So when Rome was founded, there were the Latins, the Sabines, and the Etruscans, right? And so these were three separate ethnic groups, like polities in a certain sense. Like, these are my people, those are those people. We live in the same town, but we're not the same group. And so they had the same government that ruled over them, but they had this local polity of the tribus, the third, which was a sort of ethnic patronage network, collective bargaining mechanism, legal representative. It was like if white people got a senator in the US Senate, and then so did black people, and so did Mexicans, or something like that, right? And this institution was supposed to take care of you because the government wasn't going to, right? So much later today, we sort of apply this term tribe onto any sort of ethnic political group or polity without real concern for what it means to the people living there. So, like, as I said, these Celtic tribes are urbanized city-states very often that have, like, written constitutions and democratic elections or something approximating it, right? These are not ooga booga barbarians rolling around in the mud until men in togas come along and civilize them. In a lot of ways, the Celts saw the Romans as this upstart barbarian land to the south across the Alps, where they practiced, like, mass agricultural slavery. So could you bring up the map I put in the thing, Nick? So if you want to compare a more medieval time period to this, you could look at, like, the Holy Roman Empire.
Oh, bear with me.
Sorry.
Throw it out without being late.
Yeah, I know. You could compare it to, like, the Holy Roman Empire, where, yes, they're all Germans. They all speak the same language. They all have the same religion or religious principles with their own local flavor and the like. But this is not one unified state. It is a massive amount of competing polities, all of which are de facto sovereign and in competition with each other. So, like, when Caesar shows up, he basically asks this mess, this is in Germany, not France, but imagine if it's in France. He basically asks this mess, who wants to join with me and screw over your competition? Because when he gets done in Gallia, in Gaul and Gallia, he doesn't, like, make them dependent upon the Romans for, like, taxation or whatever. Rather, they are ostensibly allies that are willingly contributing to Rome through, like, defensive pacts and the like, as we would refer to it now. They're helping contribute to, like, the UN effectively. Now, of course, we all know that's not how it works in reality past a certain point, but you get the idea here. This isn't a conquest as much as it is an integration into a civilizational sphere. So in 69 AD, there's the Year of the Four Emperors, in which Galba, Otho, Vitellius, and Vespasian all duke it out for who gets to be in charge. And the Celts in Britain rebel. So they could do that precisely because they are theoretically independent states that are rebelling against a civilizational complex that isn't working for them anymore, so they don't have to be part of it. The Romans had been recruiting heavily from local Celts for the legions in the province of Gallia and in Britain. And so the entire legions just rebel. They just say, you know what, we're independent anymore. We're not subject to Rome anymore. And archaeologically, there's actually a sort of like, you can see like strata where Gaul and Britain like re-Celtify when they go rogue. Like, oh, we're Celts again, and then the Romans come back and they're Roman, and then oh, we're Celts again, and the Romans come back and we're Celts again, right? So the Romans keep pushing up north into Britain, and they eventually establish Hadrian's Wall and the Antonine Wall as defensive measures against the Picts, who are, for simplicity, we're just going to say they're Celts who live in Scotland because it's not important where we're going. So in 306 AD, Constantine takes power, and he is a Dacian. He takes power in Rome. There's this Dacian military clique. So as the Roman Empire expands, it has to use a carrot and a stick to get people to partake. The carrot is, if you join, you can fight in the army against other barbarians, gain status in Rome, and get a good position for yourself. So barbarian comes from a Greek slur, I guess, joke that people who are not Greek speak by going bar, 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 right? It's like the joke about like Chinamen naming their kids by throwing silverware on the floor. Like, it's actually that crude in the cultural context of the time, right? Barbarian doesn't necessarily mean technologically or civilizationally unsophisticated. It means un-Greek and later un-Roman, right? So as an example, at the same time that Aristotle was talking about how Germans are dumb because they're too cold, Greece was importing surgical tools from Germany because Greeks could not make surgical tools, because Greeks were not capable of making tools to use for surgery, chiefly because they were made out of iron, and the Greeks were not as good at iron working as the Germanics or the Celts were. So when we talk about these barbarian peoples, it does sound kind of like cocky to say it, but like it is unironically a different mindset between different civilizations that are thinking very radically differently in some ways about certain things, right? So like, the Celts don't seem to have placed as much importance on realistic statuary, because why do statues need to be religious? It's not the thing anyways, right? Like, this is a completely different mindset. So Constantine's a Dacian. He's part of this Dacian military clique. He and his buddies take power in 306, and Constantine looks at that Holy Roman Empire mess and says he wants to organize this. This had been something that had been going on in the Roman Empire, little e and big E empire, for some time now, is figuring out how to organize this massive network, this massive civilizational economic network that ran through Europe and the Mediterranean. And there were all sorts of schemes on how to do it. So Constantine's predecessors had come up with the idea of increasing control. The emperor, imperator, was basically the chief mafioso cum military general who was tasked with wrangling everything about the Roman Empire to keep it all going. But he wasn't like the president. The Roman emperor was just the big man who bribed and beat up people, but he didn't necessarily have like force of law, except in as much as he could levy personal charisma. So if the Roman emperor said, you know, bread's going to cost this much, theoretically cities in Iberia could just say, no, it's not. And the Roman emperor would have to trot soldiers out or have to send a goon over to bribe people. And it was just all very complicated. And so Constantine's predecessors had been trying to centralize things, and Constantine was the one who kind of made it work. He went to the Mithraic Highfather, the highest ranking member of the cult of Mithras, and said, hey, why don't we make a bureaucracy? And the Mithraic Highfather told him to pound sand. So then he goes to the Christians and says, hey, let's make a bureaucracy. And the Christians say, go on, we're listening. And this leads to the Council of Nicaea. the formalization of Christian doctrine to create a bureaucracy to act as the bureaucracy that reports to the Roman emperor. In 314, Constantine calls the Council of Arles, in which 3 bishops from Britain attend. Bishop at this time just kind of means like guy in charge. So he can get 3, if we were to use our AFA parlance, it's both Gothar and folk builders, like the guy in charge of a community. About 100 years prior, around 200-ish, Tertullian brags about how Christianity has spread so much. There's even people in Britain, like how we have AFA members in Alaska. No bully on Alaskans, but you know what I mean here. Like Britain at this time is the distant end of the Roman Empire. So Tertullian bragging about there's Christians in Britain is a big deal because it's really far away from everything. So it's around the time that Constantine takes power that things also start going downhill. I wonder why that could be. But in 383, the the general Magnus Maximus rebels and he kills the emperor Gratian. So the Roman military and non-Christian bureaucrats leave with Magnus Maximus as he rules in Gallia. As per De Exido et Conquesta Britanniae by Gildas in 540 AD. So Gildas tells us that Saxon raids had been ongoing by this point, by 383 AD. So could you bring up the first map I sent you, Nick? So let's pause and shift to Germany. All right. So
Jutland one?
Yeah, the Jutland one. So Denmark and northern Germany at this time are inhabited by 3 tribes. Again, what does that mean? We're going to ignore what that means for now. In the north half of what is now Denmark, you have Jutland or Jutland, inhabited by the Utes or the Jutis. Then you have Anglia in the south half. And then this map kind of cuts it off, but in the southernmost portions of Denmark and today, Saxony is wherever you feel like being in Germany at any given time. But in the ancient world, Saxony was northwest-ish Germany. So the Utes, the Angles, and the Saxons start being hired to do mercenary work in Britain and Gallia. Mercenary work means I will pay you guys to go beat up my enemies, but it also means them just joining the military. So the Saxons engage in raids on Britain and Gallia, and it's worth noting here, we hear a lot about barbarian raids upon the Roman Empire, but it's also worth remembering that the Romans were engaged in constant raiding into the barbarian lands. It was just constant small-scale, low-grade warfare at the border. Large-scale incursions are not the norm, but constant violence at the border is. So when these guys are moving westward and raiding shores and such, the Romans are also trying to make incursions into the forests of Germany. The borders of Germania Magna, the Romans did this thing where they would have, Provincia Magna and Provincia Minima or Inferior, where province greater province, province magna means the part of that place we haven't conquered yet, and then province minor or province inferior means the part of that place we have conquered. So like Germania Inferior is the part of Germania that the Romans had conquered. So Britain was always dependent upon imports. Roman Britain was always dependent upon imports. The Celtic world in Britain was self-sustaining, but the Roman world wasn't. So when things start getting rough in continental Europe in the Roman Empire, there's this movement of people away from Britain. It gets so bad at one point that they can't make statues anymore because there are no more sculptors, nor is there anyone to import marble, which sounds kind of silly, but statues were a pretty core luxury good to Roman civilization. So like, there's no one to make statues anymore. I mean, that'd be like in America, like there's no one to detail your hot rod. Yes, it's a little silly, but it's also a marker of like, yeah, but this is like a luxury thing, right? So the province of Britain, of Britannia, experiences a exporting of people, a large-scale movement of people away from Britain. People don't want to farm in Britain anymore. And guess who starts moving in? Can you bring up the second map, Nick, the migration one? So it's not entirely clear why. Historians agree that there was a complex confluence of factors, but the Angles, the Saxons, the Utes, and the Frisians start moving into Britain. The Frisians are the people who are, I don't know why I'm pointing, the people who are in the pink area below the word Saxon. They are the modern, they're the descendants of modern Dutchmen, the Netherlands. So the Angles, the Saxons, the Utes, and the Frisians start moving into Britain and settling. And archaeologically, there's this great downturn of Roman stuff. There's this loss of stratum. And then there's this rise of Germanic culture in the archaeology. And the Germanic peoples are moving in and occupying empty space because the Romans had left. So like Roman farmers literally just packed their stuff up and got on a boat and sailed away. And the fields go fallow, the nature takes over, but not like completely. And the Germanic peoples just kind of show up. So they're settling the land, not to the degree that the Americas were, where they're like clear cutting forests to make farms. People had like 50-acre farm, like a 50-acre farm was small by the settlement of the Americas kind of standards, right? But these Germanic tribes are moving into these, or tribesmen, not tribes, that's an important thing to keep in mind, are moving into these areas that are unoccupied in Britain. And it's not really quite correct to talk about it as a conquest or an invasion per se past a certain point, because there's not really much to invade. So in 402 AD, the last Roman coins are found in Britain. That's the last time, like the last coin stamped with year that is found in Britain. Supposedly in this year, Stilicho, the half-Vandal warlord in charge of Rome at the time, pulled the last Roman troops out of Britain. In 410, the monk and historian Bede, or Bede as he's called, who was writing this text that says this around 730 AD, he says that Roman rule ends. It's important in British historiography to figure out when does Roman rule end and Anglo-Saxon rule begin. So could you bring up the third map, the one with all the states in Britain, Nick? This here is a map of the so-called heptarchy. We're going to come back to this a few times when talking about where things are. But this is the established result of the Anglo-Saxons moving in and taking over and literally building the place back up because there just wasn't a lot of people there. Genetically, there's not a huge... There's some, right? Don't get me wrong, but there's not a huge genetic footprint left from Italics and the like living in Britain. There is a great drain of Romans and an influx of Anglo-Saxon, Utish, Frisians. We just call them the Utes and the Frisians were the smallest of the four. Hence why they're Anglo-Saxons. The Angles and the Saxons were where most of these people came from, right? So by 430 AD, Anglo-Saxon material culture is omnipresent and ubiquitous in archaeology. Celts and Romans that are left behind in this area adopt Anglo-Saxon language, norms, customs, religion, culture, law, because this is what you had to do to get ahead. So semi-mythologically, there's the tale of Hengist and Horsa, who are these two great kings that come over either in 447 or 449, depending on whether you believe History of the Britons or the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. Both were made in the 800s. both of them agree that a Celtic king by the name of Vortigern invites the Anglo-Saxons over to Britain to basically press his claim, and it spirals out of control from there. How true that tale is uncertain, but it's not really the point isn't how true it is. The point is that historians were looking back and can see a clear point 400 years prior where Roman rule ends, Anglo-Saxon rule begins. Now, it's important to remember that there are some leftover institutions from the Romans. There's cities like Londonium, London. There's like Lindum, Lincoln in Lincolnshire. And of course, there's the Catholic Church. So when the Vandals invaded Carthage, the Vandal kings showed up, and they were Arian Christians. Arian has no relationship to Arian. Arian comes from the name of the bishop. No, he wasn't a bishop. The theologian Arius, his name comes from a Greek word, Arios, which means he who is of Aries, has no relationship to Arian. So the Vandal Arian kings show up, and they boot out the Trinitarian bishop, singular, of Carthage, because he was like the guy in Carthage, and he had like, a small handful of people attending him, because he was institutionalized, organized Trinitarian Christianity at the time. So when Constantine takes power and organizes the Catholic Church, what he does is he organizes the Catholic Church into dioceses. Dioceses are actually not originally a Christian thing. They are a Greek unit of territorial governance. So the Roman Empire was broken up into like secular dioceses, as they're called, which are basically another word for province, state, whatever you want to call it, unit of governance. And he puts bishops in charge of these dioceses, and the bishops theoretically report to the emperor or their clerical superiors. It's very complicated. It's not really relevant. Notice how when I said that Stilicho pulls out the non-Christian bureaucrats, I said non-Christian. The Christian clerical establishment from Rome stays, because by the time the Anglo-Saxons show up, the Celts have... It's not quite correct to say that they've wholesale adopted Christianity, but Christianity is a thing in Britain, and there is a Christian bureaucracy in Britain when the Anglo-Saxons show up that stayed behind when all the other Roman bureaucrats left. A rough way to think of this is like all of the U.S. government functionaries left, but the DMV, they stayed behind, right? So like going back to the Alaska metaphor, just because it's really far away from continental U.S. like Britain was, all of the U.S. federal government employees leave, but the DMV sticks around, right? And then the Anglo-Saxons move in, and the Christian church is still there in this very atrophied form, right? So now we start getting into nearing talking about the Anglo-Saxons. I know 48 minutes in, and now we're actually talking about the Anglo-Saxons, but you have to do the prefacing, because it's like, why are the people from Anglia and Saxony in Britain? Why is there Rome in Britain? Where does Wales fit into this? So the Anglo-Saxons push into Britain, and they take everything except for Wales and Ireland. The Irish Christian church had a period of localization and local syncretism, not super relevant, but the Irish don't do what the Pope says just because he said it. So we'll get into papal supremacy just as a kind of showing you relative things here. But at this time, the Pope is first among equals among bishops, technically. The donation of Constantine is on the timeline here. So in the 400s, some bishop or other sends a letter to the Pope begging for help, because the Anglo-Saxons are Asatru, and the Celts and Romans who stayed behind are starting to worship Thor, because they are adopting Anglo-Saxon norms and customs. So the Pope doesn't listen. And about a century goes by of the Pope not listening. So in 569, Pope Gregory the Great establishes the Gregorian mission. And this is basically him going to the monk Augustinus, who is kind of named after Augustine Aurelius, the early Christian Berber theologian, but Augustinus is also just a name, just a normal name in Latin, right? And he says to this guy, he wants this guy to lead a mission to deconstruct Asatru and convert the Anglo-Saxons to Christianity. So this doesn't really get underway until 580-ish, when the Anglo-Saxon king Athelbert of Kent marries Bertha of Paris. So it's worth getting into the Gallia thing here just for funsies, because it's interesting. So Gallia is what the Romans called for what is today France. Gaul is what the Germanics called it. Gaul actually enters English from French. Gaul is cognate with Wales. So the Germanic peoples had this term, the Proto-Germanic peoples had this term, Walhaz, which is actually derived from a Celtic tribal name, meaning like either the people of the eagle or the people of the wolf. It's not entirely clear, and it doesn't really matter. And the Germanic peoples just use this term Walhaz to refer to everyone to the southwest. Romans, Celts, everyone to the southwest. This is really common. Asia is a peninsula in Anatolia. Today we use it to refer to everywhere east of wherever Europe ends. It's kind of like how in America we use Mexico to refer to everything south of Texas, like Bolivia and Brazil and Argentina and places that are actually not Mexico, right? So this term Walhaz is what the Proto-Germanic, just the Germanic peoples, not Proto-Germanic, but the Germanic peoples used to refer to Celts and Romans. It does not mean foreigner. It does not refer to Finns. It doesn't refer to Balts. It doesn't refer to Slavs. It refers to people in this civilizational horizon to the southwest. It doesn't refer to Greeks, for example. And the Germanic world was in contact with the Greeks. If you want to know more, read Lady with a Mead Cup. Long story short, the Germanic peoples exported iron and imported drinking ware, including wine. So Gaul actually enters English from French, as I said. French undergoes this w to g transition. So you can see this in the southwest portion of France is or Gascony, which comes from Wasconia, which is where the Basques live. Spanish undergoes a similar transition of w to v. So Wasconia becomes Gascony and Basquia, but in Spanish it's El País de Basco. So Gaul is actually what the Germanic peoples, specifically the Franks, call the province when they move into and take over Francia. The Franks convert, just going to oversimplify it because we need to get back to the Anglo-Saxons. The Franks convert because Clovis wanted to murder his family and take power for himself and break the law. After he had taken power, the Franks got in very close with the papal establishment in Italy. Athelbert of Kent was very close with the Franks. Kent was, if you want to bring that map of the heptarchy back up, Nick, real quick. Kent was where trade from the continent typically entered into Britain. There was a lot of trade, a lot of knowledge, a lot of military backing. Partially that seems to be because, I mean, obviously it's really close to France, right? But the Kentish crown, the Kentish king also seem to have ostensibly been subjects to the Franks. As far as the Franks and the Pope knew, there doesn't seem to be a lot of pull in that direction, but the Kentish kings, despite being militarily not necessarily the strongest, had this threat of do what I say or else I'll get the Franks involved. That was very important in the rest of Anglo-Saxon England. The Kentish crown also had pull with the Franks because the Franks had a lot of pull with the old country militarily. So Kent had this kind of threat of like, do what we say, or the Franks will bully your cousins back in Denmark. Beowulf goes back to Denmark to deal with his odal, his inheritance, his patrimony, because there was still movement between Anglo-Saxon England and Denmark at this time, because they were like one people. The Germanic peoples spoke one single language at this time. They were one people broken up into these kinship-based polities, right? So Athelbert of Kent marries Bertha of Paris. Bertha is a Christian, and she says that she will only marry Athelbert and strengthen his kingdom if she's allowed to continue practicing Christianity, and Athelbert relents. Possibly because Bertha's Christian clergy that she brings with her as retainers are completely useless and worthless. We know because the Pope says so. So, but guess who meets up with her? Augustine moves to Kent. Athelbert of Kent allows the Gregorian missionaries to tend to Christians in Kent, because there are Christians in Britain when the Anglo-Saxons show up. There's not a lot of them. They're relatively low status, but they are there. And so when Athelbert allows his wife's religion to exist, he allows a cleverer snake than the ones she brought with her to slither into his garden, as it were. So 597, Athelbert allows the Gregorian missionaries to do their thing in Kent. 601, he converts, or more so, he's baptized. In 605, Radwald of East Anglia converts to Christianity, but ostensibly also remains loyal to Asatru. Radwald is an interesting character. He keeps an Asatru Hof on his property, along with a Christian church, and in his like bedroom or whatever, he has a Christian shrine and an Asatru shrine. He seems to have wanted to have his cake and eat it too, regarding being friends with Kent and being friends with Francia through Kent, but also maintaining, if just for political reasons, troth to the Æsir, at least nominally. So Radwald is an interesting guy also. He is the most likely candidate for being the king in the Sutton Hoo burial. So this was this big burial mound that has the really cool Sutton Hoo mask. If you want to pull that up, you can, Nick. If not, people can Google it on their own. Everyone knows what this thing looks like. But it has, it's covered in like these Odin motifs, like the nose is like a raven and all that. And one of the eyes has foil encrusting around it, and the other one doesn't, however. So if this thing is in low light, it like glimmers and shines, and the eye socket with the foil, if the eye socket with the foil like emits light, but the one without the foil is just this like dull, dark hole. So some people think this is like an Odin kind of thing. Radwald, throw up that fourth image, the Wikipedia link, Nick. So Radwald is buried in a very traditional Asatru fashion, and he's actually buried with a very, I was hoping can you make it bigger? If you can't, it's fine. He was buried with an incredibly traditional instrument. So if you look at this guy here with the axe, keep a focus on that guy. But if you'll notice, there's Marcus Aurelius wearing his toga over his head in the priestly fashion, and then there's all the retainers that are around him that are helping with this offering of a cow, including the cow. I've always loved how the cow is just in the picture, like he's just like one of the boys, even though they're going to kill him and eat him, right? But you can see on Aurelius's on his right, but next to his left shoulder, there's actually a Roman priest wearing an apex. It looks like a combination of like the World War II Amelia Earhart kind of aviator hat with a plunger stuck to it. And there's this guy here with this axe. That is actually an extremely old traditional instrument of Indo-European sacrifice. It's like a ham axe, like a hammer meets an axe, and it goes back to the Neolithic period. The sharp end is for cutting up a corpse, and then the other end is a pry bar meant to be used to deconstruct the corpse for like offerings, right? So it's basically a butcher's instrument, an extremely old traditional religious instrument of cutting up meat for offerings. And Radwald was buried with one. So I bring Radwald up in this digression because it's worth talking about Christianity and its relationship to Asatru at some point, because the Pope can't really levy force here. He has to basically use trickery to get people to go to apostasy. Partially because Anglo-Saxon England is just pretty ethnically homogenous. There isn't interethnic strife. There isn't bureaucracy that can be leveled against people. It's a Wild West kind of setting. That is both a blessing and a curse for the Anglo-Saxons or Christianity. I said that the Anglo-Saxon tribesmen moved to Britain, not Anglo-Saxon tribes. So the people who settle Britain at this time are kind of just hardy individualist settlers. It's very similar to the early American settlement in that you have a lot of people coming over, setting up their farmstead, and banding together as free sovereign individuals and working together for their own mutual success. So there's a lot of political structures in Anglo-Saxon England that are native and, actually probably innovated here or there in Anglo-Saxon England, but they get like described as being clearly importations from the Old Testament, despite obviously not coming from the Old Testament. So like one of them is the institution of the 10th. So how do you enforce the law against people? Well, you can take them to court, but who brings them there if they don't want to go? There's no cops. So you can go to the king, but the king is really busy. So they had this institution of the 10th, which is that basically men would like band together in 10-man groups. And if one of them broke the law or had to go to court, the other 9 were responsible for bringing that guy to court, or they could suffer the consequences. Like if one guy in your 10th gets accused of murder and you don't get him to court, you have to pay the fee for murder, right? Another one of these is weregild, which is it means like man price. It actually translates literally to were yield in modern English, but it means like man price. If you killed someone, there was literally a price on their head that you had to pay, and if you didn't, you were in trouble. These institutions come about to solve the problem of how do you get free sovereign landowners to work together. And I talked about Athelfrith being under the sovereignty of the Franks, but also kind of not really. A lot of this discussion of Christianity in Anglo-Saxon England comes about due to overlordship, comes about due to Christian lords telling their underlings, convert or else, or convert for me. So Radwald is interesting because he is a demonstration of the syncretism that goes on at this time. We have a lot better documentation of what things looked like on the ground regarding the introduction and process of Christianity through Anglo-Saxon England than we do in the rest of Europe, even in a lot of ways better than the Mediterranean. So one example of this is that we have a lot of poetry by Anglo-Saxon Christians in Old English translating Christianity into their culture and customs and literally language. So there's an example, Genesis A is this poetic rendering of Genesis in Old English. And the poet uses Anglo-Saxon terms. Like he has Avraham perform bloat, right? Like at one point, Avraham is going through the desert, and in the Bible story, he like goes through, stops, sacrifices, goes through, stops, sacrifices, goes through, stops, sacrifices, and he sacrifices in the traditional Jewish manner of killing an animal and then performing the Greek word is holocaustum, which literally means whole burning. He basically chucks an animal carcass on a bonfire and burns it all up. It's typically not how European animal offerings were done. They would only offer a part of the animal. Anyways, Holocausts obviously happened in Greece, but you know what I mean here. The Genesis A poet has it as Avraham goes, he stops, he sets up an altar, which doesn't happen in the original text. And then he like the poet describes building a pyre, putting an animal in it, and burning it. Because the Anglo-Saxons couldn't understand what a calked whole burning was, because they didn't do that. So the Genesis A poet has Avraham performing Jewish sacrifice in like an Asatru manner, right? The Gregorian mission is important because it navigates how do you take people from Asatru to Christianity, like step by step. What do you do? And we can see what they're doing and kind of reverse it in a certain sense to like get a better glimpse of what Anglo-Saxon Asatru looked like. So like one of the things that, this is just an example, and then I'll get back to the timeline to get to our heroes. This is just an example, but like one of the things that the Gregorian mission hammered home is that the Æsir are demons, and they do bad things. Good things come from Jesus. This isn't really something that Mediterranean Christianity hammed up, though. The Anglo-Saxon Christians were really big on Jesus being a king and a warrior. Mediterranean Christianity doesn't really have Jesus as anything except Rex Judaeorum, which literally means like ethnic leader of the Jews. But he's not like the king of the Roman Empire, right? Whereas Anglo-Saxon Christians portrayed Jesus as like he's going out and getting in like sword fights with the devil, you know? So what we can tell from this is that Anglo-Saxon Asatru believe that good things come from the gods. They believe that the gods are good, the worship of them is good, and that good things come from this worship. So the Gregorian mission has to deconstruct that idea. It has to separate good things come from the gods from, you know, the people's minds. Another thing it does is it categorizes words in terms of acceptability. So like an example of this is the word God. The word God is not of Hebrew origin. The word God is not of Greek origin. The word God is of Germanic origin, and it just means that which is invoked, or that to which libations are poured to, that to which offerings are made. This term is used to refer to the Æsir, but so are other words. Like the Old English one would be os in singular, osis in plural. Ases is cognate with Æsir. That word is totally off limits. Notice, Yahweh is not an Æsir. He's God. He's not an Æsir, because As is off limits, but God is acceptable. There's also words, for example, that are like absorbed conditionally. So like bloat, is it bloat? The Old English is bloat. The Old Norse is bloat. The Gothic is bloat. Bloat is okay when Avraham does it in the Torah, but it's not okay when people do it now, right? There were also words that are scheduled for destruction, and some of these we know because they never really got finished. Like Christian symbols are a thing that's attested, or like Christian drinking festivals, right? Those eventually go away. But Passover takes place during Eos Tramonat, and it was just decided like, yeah, you can just, as long as you're not worshiping Ostara, you can keep referring to the period as belonging to her. We'll get rid of that eventually. And they just never did, right? They never got rid of this. Do you want to opine while I take a sip from my tea, sir?
Sure. So while you sip your tea, I think it is valuable just to say thank you. This is awesome. And we're getting a lot of insight in this amount of time, and I think you're laying the foundations really well. A question that came up that is related to the thing that we're talking about, and I don't think that there's one monolithic answer, but what did our ancestors see in this Semitic religion known as Christianity that caused thousands of our folk to abandon their ancestral gods? And I think it misses the point because I don't think it was presented that way. I don't think there's a smorgasbord of religious choices like, let's choose this one. This sounds cool. That's palm trees and cutting off foreskin. That sounds awesome. I think that as politics are tricky, and as things come in with political benefits, it makes a compelling case, something that I think is really interesting, and it's relevant to what we're talking about right now. And I advise anybody to read the Germanization of Early Medieval Christianity. We're going to come to a point here that I'm sure Chris is going to talk about, where there is a letter issued by the Pope to like, hey guys, go easy, and you can be as shady as you want to let them kind of keep the stuff they like about their old religion, but just insert Jesus where you can. And so you have things like Radwald with dual altars. You've got these political marriages with princesses from the continent that are longtime Christians, and oftentimes part of the marriage agreement is conversion, or at least lenience and allowing in missionaries and such. And you see this, throughout, I guess, non-Mediterranean Europe in the conversion process. Is you see a lot of overlapping, a lot of repurposing Jesus and his apostles to be, Jarl Jesus and his warrior thanes that, do battle with like demons and do cool stuff. It looks further and further from biblical stories and much closer to him being recast as something that they're familiar with. But there's a tremendous amount of political and economic pressure. And if your alliances are forged by common faith, I think that's very tempting to noble houses. So I don't think that the average person was given a lot of choice of, citizen, what religion do you want to follow? Typically when a king or a chief or whatever they were designated as, depending on the circumstance, converts, he takes all of his people with him. And I think this comes in a meaningful way when we talk about it works in reverse too. So when a king rejects Christianity and embraces Asatru, then all of a sudden his kingdom is open to continuing to do that. And it's still that way now when political forces, when the winds change, you have a whole lot of people that kind of go where it's popular to go. And so it takes a relatively short, certainly within a person's lifetime, but also, often within a few years or a decade, for the entire zeitgeist of the people to completely change direction if you get the thought leaders to incentivize something as, no, this is the cool thing that we're doing now. And I think it works in a lot more of a power dynamic than it does today. But we see that around us, and we see how quickly institutions and attitudes change when, a new sheriff is in town, or when there's a new power structure or a new thing becomes in vogue and catches traction. So I don't think a bunch of, individual farmers were just deciding to abandon the gods. And the other thing is, it's worth thinking that there's overlap during all these times. There's people out in the back country that just don't get the memo or don't care or do those have your cake and eat it too things until much later when the Christian church gets more heavy-handed with the demands on it. But it's a process that happens, over time, and it's preyed on very much with converting the leadership. You convert the kings, you convert the princes, you convert, the people who make those decisions, and they officially make the decision for their tribe and their countrymen. And then gradually all of the, all of the economic support from above goes to this new religion, and all of it is taken away from the old. And then depending on where you're at, there's persecution and things. So it looks different in different places, but I think that's something to consider as far as, what that looked like. And I think it's the period that we're getting into right now.
So it's worth remembering here that at the time, Asatru is conceptualized as something that is done. For the vast majority of Anglo-Saxons, it seems that they conceptualized Asatru as loyalty to the Æsir, yes, but also a series of practices that you perform. In a certain sense, one does not believe in Asatru, they perform Asatru or Asatruing. So like you perform the harvest festival. This is just some kind of thing that you do. There's not necessarily an ideological why behind it. It's just part and parcel of your life. Christianity does not conceptualize itself as that. Now, the thing that the Gregorian mission recognizes is that they can take a lot of these doings and then repurpose them. So I'm just going to read, not the whole thing because, but just a portion of it. This is from Gregory the First to Mellitus, who goes on to become a character in one of our stories that we're going to tell here. But he is the first ostensibly ever Bishop of London. So tell Augustine that he should by no means destroy the temples of the gods, but rather the idols within those temples. Let him, after he has purified them with holy water, place altars and relics of the saints in them. For if those temples are well built, they should be converted from the worship of demons to the service of the true God. Thus, seeing that their places of worship are not destroyed, the people will banish error from their hearts and come to places familiar and dear to them in acknowledgement and worship of the true God. So literally, you can keep coming to the same place, right? Furthermore, he goes on to say, since it has been their custom to slaughter oxen in sacrifice, they should receive some solemnity in exchange. Let them therefore, on the day of the dedication of their churches, or on the feast of the martyrs, whose relics are preserved in them, build themselves huts around their one-time temples, and celebrate the occasion with religious feasting. So notice here, he's build themselves huts. What he's actually saying is build mead halls and feasting halls around the church, so as to not, in a sense, not profane it with the feasting, but also to allow them to mentally separate the feasting from the Christianity in a sense. They will sacrifice and eat the animals, not anymore as an offering to the devil, but for the glory of God, to whom, as the giver of all things, they will give thanks for having been satiated. So, like I said, the Christian symbol, right? And this is the doing aspect, and where the Gregorian mission's cleverness is, and they're still doing these things in a lot of ways. Radwald could have 2 altars in his house because he could still do the thing, right? He can still take communion, but still do some of these things. I've seen some interesting hypothesization about Radwald in particular, because there is actually an older form of Christianity that the Germanic peoples would have been a bit more familiar with than Trinitarian Christianity, and that was Arianism. And Arianism did not jettison nearly as much of Germanic culture and custom as Trinitarian Christianity wanted to. Arian Christianity ostensibly seems to have been totally fine with Christian symbols, whereas Trinitarian Christianity wanted Christian symbols gone. It was just a matter of getting rid of the Æsir first and then the Christian symbol, right? One example, going back to the Genesis A, talking about that, and also what the Alter Ego said about making Jesus out to be a cool warrior, there's actually a poem called the Heliand, which is literally that. It is telling the tale of Jesus's life with him as being a warlord with his thanes going around getting into Germanic warlord battles with like swords, leading armies. Well, there's actually Sumbul is mentioned in that one also. Lazarus, when he gets necromancied back to life, he dies starving outside of another man's, a Jewish man's, like his mead hall, because he's begging to come in and go to Sumbul, and this rude guy won't let him in. So like he's like trying to attend like a mead hall's Sumbul in like Israel, right? That's literally painting the Bible stories with a Germanic coat of paint. And so it's kind of a question of like, what did our ancestors see in it? Well, I don't think they saw it to a degree. I don't think a lot of these preachers came to them and said, hey, Jesus, therefore we're going to completely change your way of life. And it's worth noting, I mean, we say that Easter is practiced, right? Like every language except English, Dutch, and German calls the feast or the festival celebrating Jesus's resurrection as Passover or Paschal. Paschal comes from Pascha, which ultimately comes from Pesach, a Hebrew word meaning Passover. That's not the case in the continental Germanic world, where the holiday is called Easter. We don't practice. We don't call any holiday like Hretha for Hretha Monat, which is another one. We don't call any of the months Litha, which was the month named for summer, right? We have a historical advantage today, and we can look back and be like, wow, Anglo-Saxon England, it's like a totally different world. But I don't think they would have seen it that way, and I don't think it was being presented to them that way. Like, let's just kind of examine that. I mean, I'm not presenting the claim as true. I know it's wrong and all that, but like the claim I was saying they are presenting, like the Æsir are actually demons and the good things in your life don't come from them. That doesn't necessarily mean you can't have harvest festivals though, right? Like, I'm not defending the apostasy here, but again, I think that for most of these people, they wouldn't have seen it like this. And as we will see when I get back to the timeline here, or as we'll see when I get back to the timeline here, we're talking about like Ethelbert of Kent apostatizing in like 601. We're told that Asatru is still practiced for like the next 400 years. Getting kings and the nobility to do these things like at all was the goal. And then progressive correction over the years. Remember, kingship and knighthood are Asatru stuff. The idea of the sacred king is an Asatru thing. If you went back and told like John Chrysostom that like, oh yeah, if like the emperor gets a limp, the crops will fail, he'd look at you like you were insane. Like that's not a thing in the Mediterranean world. It's not a pagan Mediterranean thing. It's certainly not a Christian thing. It's because it's a Germanic thing. The idea of a country being led by a sacred king is something that we still kind of hold on to. I mean, Americans certainly treat the president like a sacred king in a lot of ways. I don't know if Europeans do necessarily, but like some Brits do look at the British monarchy like that. Does that mean that the Gregorian mission hasn't fully been completed? In a certain sense. I mean, obviously, if we're just, when it comes to just worshiping Thor, yes, but you know what I mean here, like what caused them to abandon it? Well, I don't think they conceptualized it as an all or nothing abandonment. I think they conceptualized it as a progressive step-by-step abandonment of specific things, because again, we don't see linguistically a lot of, like belief in Asatru as this all-encompassing packet It's a bunch of little singular things that they do. And it's worth noting here, I just want to finish this before you go on, sir. The Christian priests aren't necessarily saying that the Aesir don't exist. Deofals, devils, are a very common thing at this time, and they're in many ways just the Aesir, but like evil. The devil is used to refer to Odin. Like, he's just the chief devil. It's not necessarily a claim that he doesn't exist. It's a claim that he's bad. So, again, I don't think what was being presented to a lot of these people was as radical as we would make it seem today. Particularly given that a lot of these kings are looking at this as a political thing, and then people are following them because they follow their sacred king, which when we get to the hero story, there's a fun little bit to say about that. Go on, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was just going to say, so one of the things that we deal with in modern Asatru regularly is a reluctance for people to want to practice with the AFA or with a group of people within a structured religious body. You get a lot of, what I, disparagingly refer to as backyard Asatru. And they talk about how, way back in the day, it was very decentralized. And that's one of the reasons that Christianity was able to sweep through and displace it. At the time that we encounter Asatru in the written records, it is very decentralized. It looks really different depending on where you're at, and there's not a unified religious structure. And that's one of the huge advantages during this time of Christianity, is there was a unified operation that had leadership and a headquarters with missionaries and priests and a mechanism to conduct the business of religion. And that was a tremendous advantage. It's important to note that we want to maintain values and religious principles of our ancestors, but we also don't want to be hobbled by LARPing their mistakes. It's very beneficial to learn things that were effective and things that weren't. And it's in the best of Asatru tradition to rise up with that new knowledge to meet future challenges by correcting and adjusting and fixing stuff instead of letting time-honored, stubbornness and lack of organization prevent trough to the Æsir from being maximally successful. So it's something to note. Yes, I'm very aware that the structure of ancient Asatru at the time we encounter it in the historical period is not structured in the same way that the AFA is or how we do it in that sense. That's very deliberate. It's very on purpose to learn the lessons of the past so that we give our very best to the gods and that we fix the holes.
Did that make the image any better? I just kind of wiped the camera. Anyways.
Not really.
Yeah, it's the light. It's this very... Anyways, sorry. So it's worth pointing out here, yes, Asatru in Anglo-Saxon England is very decentralized. That's not necessarily the way it is everywhere. Asatru in much of Scandinavia, and particularly Iceland, was very decentralized. Anglo-Saxon England and much of Scandinavia, especially Iceland, are settler colonial places. They're the early American frontier. They're the early American colonial project. In more established parts in the Germanic world, there was a lot more centralization, both of politics and of religion. And part of why that centralization breaks down is because, frankly, it seems like the Germanic peoples just get too many Germanic peoples. There's too many people in the Germanic peoples, and they start breaking up and fracturing internally to a degree. If we compare this to Athanaric, there doesn't seem to be any kind of unified ideology opposing Christianity, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of unified political structure outside of this pyramid of men that goes on to become feudalism. You swear your loyalty to a lord who swears his loyalty to a lord who swears his loyalty to a lord, da 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 da. You can look at this. Some guy swears loyalty to some guy who swears loyalty to Athelbert, who swears loyalty to whoever was in charge of the Franks, who swears loyalty to the Pope. And then there's a cut of agricultural produce going up the chain. Each person gets 1%. That's feudalism. Like, that is feudalism of 1,000 years. Athelbert lives in 601 AD. I mean, 600 years later, that's feudalism, right? In other parts of the Germanic world, things were different, which isn't necessarily to take away from the point of, like, we do this today. We are allowed to not make our ancestors' mistakes, but it's also to say that, like, some of these mistakes are because we're looking at a very specific point in time. If you read through the incredibly dry essay that is Lady with a Mead Cup, one thing it's very big on pointing out is this dichotomy between, it doesn't give them these names, but this is just what I called it when I was in my head when I was reading it, the warlord sociality and the tribal sociality, which are these two separate conceptions of what society is. Anglo-Saxon England is a warlord sociality. It is men, and it's always men, it's not women, but it's men swearing oaths of loyalty to each other as brothers and to a superior man as their father in this pyramidal chain. It's not like, I am a Goth, I work with my Goths for pro-Gothic goals, we go to our elders to tell us what to do. It's not that kind of tribal Republican sociality. I might have done this bit in the Gothic one, the Goths episode, but, like, republic comes from res publica, literally the matter public, the affair public, the thing that belongs to all, the all thing, right? Like, the Anglo-Saxons don't really have a conception of themselves separate from individuals banding together through oaths of loyalty. We hear about, like, this tribe and that tribe, and Bede and other historians try to say, like, oh, the Utists settled on the Isle of Wight. They settled all over the place. These old country allegiances and demarcations went away pretty quickly and were reorganized along, like, well, your king comes from the line of Angles, so you're an Angle. No, your bloodline is Saxon, however, but you're still an Angle. You know what I mean?
One thing that we do see, and we talk about kings, but their kingdoms are very small at this time. We encounter Asatru in the historical record at a relatively late stage in relationship, and very often in direct relationship to the rising Christianity into that struggle. We have every reason to believe that Asatru at an earlier stage had a much better unification, better sense of organization, better ecclesiastical structure. You see remnants of that with these small kingdoms and their sacred kingships, relying on the web of loyalties you mentioned. But the Gothar merged with the king's administration, with the king being simultaneously king and high priest, certainly in the Anglo-Saxon period. And so you have these small, not connected little kingdoms of it. And our people, through a variety of economic situations and other difficulties in living in the North, I think that the structure was far from the perfect Asatru ideal of the structure. It was the situation they found themselves in. And it's always very tempting to think, what if our people had stood unified with, like, a unified structure? And the moments that you see that occur are shocking in their efficacy. And we see a lot of moments where they don't. I think that's one of the struggles with why Christianity takes root in England at this time as effectively as it does, is there's, all these little kingdoms, and it's very hard for that to stand up to to an organized opposition based on an imperial structure when it's these, very tiny kingdoms.
And we'll, after we cover our heroes and finish the timeline, I will kind of answer the map nerd question of how does Christianity actually get into and through England, like geographically. So
the spread of
contagion. Yeah, right. The pox. So we've been talking about downer things. Let's talk about some good guys here. So in 626, 3 brothers, Sexræd, Sæward, and a third brother who may have been named Sæward. We're not entirely sure what the third brother's name was, but they ruled in Essex in the wake of the death of their father. Sorry, the third brother was Sigibert. The father was Sæward. There's a lot of people with names that are really, really similar at this time. So their father apostatized in 604, but they remained true. He died, the traitor father did, in 616, and then they took over. So they were old enough to remain true to the Æsir when he took power, so that they had to have been older, we're relayed a tale. They show up in what is usually told as the story of Mellitus, but he shows up in their story from our POV here. Mellitus, the first bishop of London, he was sent to the city and he refuses to give them mass. And London at this time is a majority Asatru city, mind you. It's mostly Asatru. And this bishop is only able to get in because of the traitorous king who lets him in, like literally. And so Sexræd and Sæward go to this guy and they kind of like bully him as saying like, oh man, we're so hungry. Can we have some of your bread? You gave bread to our father. Why won't you give bread to us? And Mellitus is like, you have to be baptized. I can't do it unless you're baptized. And it's not clear from the wording if they're doing this like they're coming by every day, kind of bullying him for bread, or if this is just like one single kind of thing. But eventually, they kick him out of London because of his refusal to recognize their authority. Ultimately, this is a cute little story about them, but they are ruling Essex in the wake of a change in overlordship from Æthelbert, the aforementioned Christian traitor, to Radwald, the aforementioned lesser traitor, I guess. I mean, I don't think we don't like him doing the Christian thing, but at the same time, he like still tried to be loyal. Anyways, you know what I mean. Radwald was significantly more friendly to Asatru under kings, even if he at some level practiced it himself and was a patron of it to a degree. So Mellitus was known to be connected with the Kentish court. That letter I read with the Pope in the stuffy old man voice, that was to Mellitus, this guy telling him what to do, because Mellitus gets to London and he's like, what do I do now? So he writes to the Pope saying, boss, what do I do? Right? So yeah, academics posit that part of the heathen reaction, as it's always called, was occurring due to this larger trend of a change in the Kentish court and Æthelbert's boot getting off their necks. Æthelbert died in 616 and was replaced with his son Eadbald. Now, Eadbald was actually Asatru. He was also insane, apparently. And Eadbald's rule in Kent was a very brief, terrible setback for Christianity because he didn't actually patronize his father's religion. He also took his unnamed, presumably Asatru stepmother as his own wife, which Bede tells us was considered scandalous amongst Asatru at the time, which is an interesting thing. Bede is an interesting guy because he's always saying things that are like, oh, he knows more than what he's letting on. Like, I really wish I could ask this guy questions because he's clearly knows more, right? Again, Eadbald was apparently crazy, and the language used to describe this man makes him seem like he was like nuts. It must have been awkward when he ditched his stepmother and married a Frankish woman and became Christian. That was well after the three brothers had died, however. So the three brothers ultimately had ended up getting into a war with the West Saxon kings Cunegils and Cuichelm, and they, along with their third brother, were defeated and died on the field of battle in 626. Cunegils may have been Cuichelm's son. They were ordered. They also ordered the attempted execution of Edwin of Northumbria. Cunegils and Cuichelm did. Edwin was Christian, according to Bede, but 2 years later, these guys who killed our heroes, they actually got in a fight with Penda, who, similar to Radwald, is a guy who's like halfway to actually being like the hero, right? But they appear to have lost, Cunegils and Cuichelm did, and they came under the dominion of Edwin, the guy they tried to kill earlier, and they had to pay him a ridiculously large tribute. Both of them ended up becoming apostates because Penda drove them out of their kingdom. So it's kind of ironic that although he's not one of our heroes due to his grievous mistakes, Penda kind of ironically gets revenge for Sexræd and Sæward and their brother against their murderers. Sæward's son Sigibert the Little would take over as king. He would rule for about 30 years, remaining true to the gods. He was probably an ally of Penda's as like a lesser king. After Sigibert the Little died, however, Saint Sigibert took over. And it wasn't until Saint Sigibert took over that Christianity came back in London, namely, but in Essex. Essex, right? Yeah, Essex. Mellitus returned to London after Saint Sigibert got in power. So there's like a solid 30 years where the first Christian bishop has just been ousted due to Sexræd and Sæward's efforts. And Bede tells us that when Mellitus comes back, the Londoners actually kicked Mellitus out. Like the people of the city forced him out, instead preferring to be, and I'm quoting Bede here, under their idolatrous high priests, which is interesting that he uses the high priests, right? Because that implies that Sexræd and Sæward and the son, Sigibert the Little, were actually patrons of organized Asatru, granted at the small scale that they were operating, but they were nonetheless patrons of it at a sort of ideological level.
That's something that I want to reemphasize about the sacred king. Whenever Bede talks about these situations, it's and then his king, and then the king embraced his false gods and took his kingdom back into the ways of idolatry or something. And then whenever they come back to Christianity or a new king comes, it's always that king embraces the true faith and brings his people back in I don't know, in righteous order or whatever. It's not just like, aha, we got the king to convert. It's an immediate assumption that not only does whatever the king is practicing, he is still the sacred king.
Yeah.
So he is the sacred king if he is practicing Asatru, or if he's like, hey guys, we're done with this. We're going to go, we're going to go worship Jesus. And they're like, all right. And then they go, and he is like their de facto, like mini Pope, sacred king.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's very impactful. And one of the reasons, not just because these two gentlemen chose to go against their father's wishes and be loyal to the Æsir, but no, in doing so, they brought their people back in troth with the gods. And that's really important. As soon as there's some kind of an official baptism or rejection of Christianity, it's like all of a sudden you got to change all the stuff, change all the accoutrements, change all the ceremony, all of the traditional trappings of state that have traditionally been so important to people. It's like during the French Revolution, as soon as it was revolution time, okay, king's dead. Now we're going to change everything. We're going to renumber our calendar and how we calculate the year. We're going to turn all the churches into temples of reason. We're going to completely do away with all the other stuff that you've done for 1,000 years and do this new thing. And everybody had to deal with the social change of that for decades. And then, as soon as I remember reading, Napoleon gets imprisoned, all of a sudden they've got to replace all the Napoleonic stuff with Bourbon monarchy things. And then he comes back to power for, that brief amount of time before Waterloo. I'm like, oh, quick, go find the emperor's old stuff. We've got to completely redo all of the way we conduct state. So, in a smaller scale, but every time these things happen, it is monumental for the life of certainly the people in these major communities and close to these centers of power. It completely changes their world overnight. And so these two heroes brought all their kingdom back in troth with the god for the remainder, or with their gods for the remainder of their reign. And something just as kind of a side note, the third brother is alleged.
Yeah.
Well, because I think the question comes up, well, then why are we honoring these two and not the third one? It's because we're not quite confident the third one exists or not yet. And if more information becomes available, we'll hold that out for making that decision. But I just want to kind of know.
It's also worth, you talk about Napoleon. We can do this on the same island that we're talking about. There's a point during like the Protestant Reformation period in England where like a different king or queen is on the throne every like 10 years. And like suddenly there's this big movement from Catholicism to this form of Protestantism to that form of Protestantism. We're back to Catholicism. Oh, now we got the fun Protestantism. Now we're doing like the tame Protestantism. This sort of very vigorous back and forth regarding religion doesn't really go away. There's like a lull when after Christianity comes along, secures control, and then there's a period of centuries before Protestantism happens. But when Protestantism happens, this whole dynamic comes back. And it ultimately leads to the Peace of Westphalia, where it's basically decided whatever the king does, that's just what everyone else does. And what actually makes England interesting here is that this doesn't really happen in England. England still kind of has this internal cold civil war really into the present day, and it still kind of continues in the US regarding religion and ideology and the like. I had another thing I was going to say here. Let's real quick talk about Eadbald. So after Athelbert dies, Eadbald takes power in Kent, and he's crazy. And he marries his stepmom, which is apparently something that Asatru in Anglo-Saxon England didn't like. I mean, I don't like it today, but I don't know. But he is a nut job apparently, and you have to read between the lines because Bede is always saying just a little less than he knows, but he's always playing incredibly carefully with what he says. So like, He'll be talking about kings like converting to Christianity or not, and he'll be talking about two guys, and then all of a sudden he'll just start talking about the virtues of one of them. Or he'll be talking about like a war, and then he'll be talking about like such and such guy and such guy. And the good king such and such fought. Anyways, we're moving on, and it's like, oh, you didn't talk about who won that fight, right? He is trying really hard to, what he's trying to do is he's trying to balance telling everything he can to people while also like crafting a narrative for political and religious reasons. So Eadbald is one of these characters where the silence is deafening. And so Eadbald, as we've said, is he's Asatru for a period. And then he does some kind of like purgation of kicking Christian priests out of his domain. And then like supposedly one of these priests goes to the church and he's like, he prays to St. Peter and he's like, oh, St. Peter, what do I do? We're going to get expelled from the kingdom. And so St. Peter like climbs down from heaven and picks up like a whip, like a scourge, and just starts vigorously attacking the priest and like shredding him up and just gnarling him up with this. Because a scourge isn't just a whip. It's like a bundle of ropes with barbs in them. It's like barbed wire that you use to wax something. It's more than just a whip, right? So he's just going to town on this priest. And this priest, the next day, he goes to the king and he says, oh, my king, I don't know what to do. I prayed to St. Peter for deliverance from your wrath. And he came down and he beat the snot out of me. And Eadbald's like, whoa, I don't want to get on this St. Peter guy's bad side. I'm going to be Christian. So he like converts to avoid St. Peter like scourging him, right? So part of the problem we run into when looking at the history of the Anglo-Saxons is we don't actually have a lot. We have a lot given the circumstances, but skipping ahead a little bit, in 1066, the Norman invasion happens and Anglo-Saxon England ends. And the frogified Vikings come along and conquer Anglo-Saxon England. And this is why English has so many French words in it. There's a period of time where the official language of England is French, and everyone in the English court speaks French, and they have to use translators to speak to the peasants because they don't know English. This period is the second cultural revolution that the Anglo-Saxons have inflicted upon them. It's actually the third if you count the Anglo-Saxon migration as a cultural revolution over the Roman Britons. There's the Norman invasion, which kind of, on the one hand, takes all of the literary body of Anglo-Saxon England and kind of like crumples it. And everything that falls out of the fingers in that crumpling goes away. And that leaves this core left behind. And then there's this, now the next cultural revolution occurs with Protestantism, where the Protestants go through England and they loot and ransack and destroy these monasteries. There's a lot of books that they just chuck in the fire. We don't know what we don't know, but we do know that they chucked books in the fire. There's a book, it's like the stripping of the altars, complaining about this from a Catholic POV of all of the stuff that was lost during the literal looting of monasteries to take gold crosses and melt them down and get rid of Catholic literature and the like by Protestants. And there's even more stuff from this period that's lost in there. So like I said at one point, Cunegils and Cuchilm, who may have been father and son, or they might have been brothers with a third unnamed brother. We don't know, because these guys show up like 3 times. This guy, Cunegils, is attested like 3 times, twice of which is by Bede, and then there's like a charter that he signed giving some guy a cow, right? There's a lot of Anglo-Saxon history that is really murky. And it's very unfortunate because the Anglo-Saxon stuff we do have is often extremely illuminating. So back to the timeline here. So that was Essex. So you have Kent, and then what's west of Kent? Wessex. And what's north of Kent? Essex. And then what's west of Sussex? Or sorry, what's west of Kent? Sussex. What's west of Sussex? Wessex. Right. So we have another two set of heroes that are Anglo-Saxons, and those are Eanfrith of Bernicia and Osric of Deira. Do you want to throw up the Heptarchy map again, Nick? I'm sorry. No, it's hard to know where things are in England today. So Deira is the south portion of Northumbria, which is this green blob there, right? Deira is the south of Northumbria, and Bernicia is the north. Strathclyde is the west half of that neck that connects the north to the south of England, right? Now, I've been talking about the Heptarchy. Yes, this is where Gurm got the 7 kingdoms of Westeros from. At no point were there 7 independent kingdoms in England. However, with the general flow of lordship, underlordship, overlordship, kingship, etc., there are these 7 vague territorial units of Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia, Essex, Kent, Sussex, and Wessex. The southwest tip of the peninsula that Wessex is on is Cornwall. It's called West Wales on this map. We'll get to the Welsh in a minute here. So these guys are the leaders of Northumbria, which is that northeast portion of England. So in the early 600s, this land was ruled by Ea the Winne, both Bernicia and Deira. It's very common for kings to rule 2 provinces or two portions of land, but then split one portion off and give it to an underking, right? So Ea the Winne was challenged by Athelfrith, but with the aid of Radwald, we've already talked about, he retained power. A few years after this, Ea the Winne apostatized for political marriage. His reign was uneventful until he was eventually defeated in battle by a joint force of the Christian Welsh tyrant Cadwallum ap Cadfan. I don't know if that's the way you're supposed to pronounce it. I'm just going to do it. And the still Asatru Penda, which is really interesting here because you see here, you have Penda, who's a crappy Asatruar, and you have Cadwallon, who is not only a Christian, but Welsh, which is important coming up here. And they're fighting Ea the Winne, who is an apostate to Christianity from Asatru. There's a lot of conflict going on here. The degree to which Christian or Asatru kings fought each other is a little uncertain, because at this time there's always this back and forth of apostasy going on, and people deciding to be loyal, and then well, my king said, and he's dead, I muster again, and it's all very complicated. We don't really know how much Asatru kings fought each other, however. Partially that might be because the Christian sources just weren't aware of it, but it's interesting that Bede doesn't talk about this more, right? So Ea the Winne had pushed the Celtic kings out of Yorkshire, which more or less establishes the border between England and Wales today. Cadwallon was the supreme leader of the military forces of Wales. Wales, as I just said, is determined by the point at which the Celts in Britain could push out the Anglo-Saxons or keep them from pushing in. At one point, all of that island was Romano-Celtic. The Welsh under Cadwallon are still identifying as the Celts who converted to Christianity because Rome and had been fighting a losing battle against the Anglo-Saxon invaders. Bede is an Anglo-Saxon. He's a Christian, but he's an Anglo-Saxon. And he's very keen on navigating the careful tightrope of Christianity, but also the Anglo-Saxons aren't going to truckle to Roman tyranny, right? But he's not trying to be in conflict with the Pope or continental Christianity, but he doesn't want the Anglo-Saxons to give way to the Welsh. Partially because Cadwallon just pushes into the Anglo-Saxon territories, and Bede describes it as like the grievous mistreatment of the locals, in spite of them having accepted the true faith, and blah, blah, blah. Cadwallon does not care if you are a Christian or not. If you're an Anglo-Saxon, you got to go. I believe it's Nennius. There's another important Christian monk at this time who writes about the Anglo-Saxon migrations, and he is just of the opinion that the Anglo-Saxons are just animals. Don't bother converting them, just kill them, just get them off the island. He is, of course, a Celt. So Penda is king in Mercia, which is the physical largest kingdom of the Heptarchy. It's at the center of England. It's below Northumbria and Strathclyde. It's east of Wales. It's west of East Anglia. Thank you, Nick. It's a good one. Despite being politically and militarily ostensibly an Asatru loyalist, he allows his son Pieda. Yeah, Penda had a son named Pieda. Like I said, a lot of these names are really similar. To convert to Christianity. It is because of Pieda that, of course, Christianity takes hold in Mercia. The local rulers, Osric and Eanfrith of Deira and Bernicia, Osric of Deira, the south one, and Eanfrith of Bernicia, the north one, respectively, rise up when Eadwina dies, and they return to the Æsir as they do so to the acclaim and support of the locals. This is an important point because while the Germanic peoples in Anglo-Saxon England have this sacred king thing going on, they also still have personal affectations, loyalties, piety, religiosity. So we see this kind of tacit admission from Bede in these, and then such and such abandoned the true faith, or worse, never took it up, much to the acclaim of the locals, where he'll kind of admit, like, yeah, Christianity wasn't all that popular. This was just something the king was doing, probably because of, the overlord telling him to. So these two heroes rise up, and immediately Cadwallon, being a bloodthirsty tyrant who is like literally raping and pillaging the land, he doesn't care if he's victimizing Christians, he continues to rape and pillage the land. So Eanfrith goes to Cadwallon and tries to establish a kind of diplomatic peace with him, and he only goes with 12 thanes. I've seen historians speculate on why. Some historians think this was because Eanfrith thought he had an in with Cadwallon and was basically going in good faith. Others think it might have been because he was doing it as a kind of ploy of like, I submit to your rulership, spare my people. Others think it was because he just was kind of cocky and thought he could convince Cadwallon. Surely he's not that crazy, Unfortunately, Cadwallon wickedly martyred Eanfrith. Osric, meanwhile, tried to besiege Cadwallon, but was defeated on the field of battle. It seems like Osric actually had a good run with the siege before something happened and it went sour. We're not really sure. But after he was done with these two guys, he would rampage through Northumbria for quite a while afterwards. It should be stressed here that Bede, who is writing only like 200-ish years after Cadwallon's rampage, is really critical of him, despite their shared Christianity. It's also interesting because this guy shows up as a minor figure in the story of Anglo-Saxon England coming up here in a bit, but there's a grandson or so of Cadwallon that shows up who seems to be a pretty I don't know if beloved is the right term, but he's liked among the Anglo-Saxons, this grandson. So there's some chatter amongst academics about why that was the case. One thesis is that pretty quickly after Cadwallon got finished with his rampage, he kind of started trying to make amends. Another thought is that his son or grandson, I can't remember the actual relation between Cadwallon the Elder and Cadwallon the Junior. It doesn't really matter. It's thought that there might have been some attempt at kind of making good, which is why the younger Cadwallon is viewed better by Anglo-Saxons, despite his grandfather being this heinous tyrant. So what happens to Northumbria, though? Oswald, the son of the aforementioned Athelfrith, had been sent to dwell with the Scots in northwest Scotland after his father's defeat. With Osric and Eanfrith out of the picture, he returned home and rallied an army with Irish and Scottish aid that defeated Cadwallon. Christian myth says that Oswald prayed to saints, and with supernatural aid, the saints came down and helped him defeat Cadwallon, who is a Christian. Despite Christian kings having ruled in the area, Oswald is when Christianity actually seems to start taking root in Northumbria. Partially that's because Oswald imported a lot of Irish clerics to do so. We'll get to the Irish in a minute here in the Scots. Osric and Eanfrith ruled only for a short period of time, but their rules were folded into Oswald's by later Christian chroniclers. The opinion I saw from historians on why this is the case is that they were embarrassed about Cadwallon's actions. Cadwallon doesn't seem to care about the Anglo-Saxon Christians in the area. He doesn't seem to care about spreading Christianity or anything like that. I think there might also have been a bit of embarrassment by Christian chroniclers that, honestly, Osric and Eanfrith seem to have been pretty well received by the locals, who were quite happy to have Asatru kings in the region again. This is not really historical, but I have this in my notes from another thing I did with these guys about which of the 9 noble virtues they most kind of represented, and I think Osric was a very courageous man, and Eanfrith was a very honorable one. It had to have been going to Cadwallon and trying to make peace with him was a very honorable thing to do, even if it cost Eanfrith his life. So at this time, as I said, Wales is an independent Celtic polity. So is Cornwall, although Cornwall gets absorbed into Wessex pretty quickly here, into like the 700s, I think. So the Celts get pushed out into, or rather, Celts get absorbed by Anglo-Saxons, except in Ireland, where the Anglo-Saxons never really take root, in Wales, in Cornwall up to a point, and in Scotland. Now, the Anglo-Saxons move into Scotland. They just do so much more slowly than they move into like Britain proper. So Scots is a Germanic language. It's related to English. Is Scots a language? Is it a dialect? This is a complicated and thorny question. And the whole debacle with the Scots language Wikipedia, but that's another topic entirely. But Scots Gaelic is not a Germanic language. It is a Celtic language related to Gaelic, Irish Gaelic. Scotland is complicated, but at this time there does seem to be a pretty clear separation between like Scotland and England as far as which ethnicities go where. It gets into really complicated Celticist questions, which I'm not able to comment on. So timeline-wise, we get back to this. So just to recap, Sexræd and Sæward and Eanfrith and Osric rule in 626 AD and 630 AD, respectively. We get hints here and there about heathen reactions at this time, but they aren't attributed to individual kings. Probably because some of these guys, the records just don't survive about, right? So in 649, Eadbald, the aforementioned nut job, outlaws Asatru in Kent. This is the first time we see real top-level Christian persecution of Asatru at like an ideological level as opposed to just individuals. Because there is a question of how much were Eanfrith and Osric martyrs. Like, was Cadwallon doing this out of Christian fervor or out of Celtic revanchism? It's a bit of a thorny question, but Eadbald is absolutely doing this as a matter of trying to get rid of Asatru. So then in 663, we get this figure, Sighera, in Essex, who may have been descended from Sexræd and Sæward. And in 663, he's flip-flopping between Christianity and Asatru when he gets the chance. About 100 years later, in 786, there's a legatine report to Pope Hadrian that confirms that Asatru is omnipresent still. They don't know what to do. They can get the kings to convert, but they can't get the locals to do it. In 865, the Great Heathen Army, which is an amazing name, that'd be a great name for a band also, by the way, marches into England, or more so sails into England from Scandinavia. In 871, Alfred the Great takes power. And he's Alfred the Great because he kicks out the Vikings and really unifies England in a way that it hadn't been up till that point. So in 890, Pope Formosus chastises the English bishops for allowing an Asatru revival to occur that was apparently so vigorous that the Pope had heard about it in Rome. We don't really know much about what was going on in this time, but it is interesting because the Great Heathen Army establishes the Danelaw, which is a Viking state in Northumbria, right? Given that the Christian Anglo-Saxons at this time understood and didn't like the fact that they were still the same ethnicity as Scandinavians, although they were slowly diverging, I'm willing to bet that this Asatru revival that Pope Formosus was complaining about was in part motivated by a return of strong Asatru leadership in the form of Scandinavians in the Danelaw. And it's worth, just as an aside, there's an attestation about how Anglo-Saxon Christians conceptualize themselves in regards to heathens or Danes, who were just synonymous in regards to Scandinavia. Anglo-Saxons just assumed there weren't Christians in Scandinavia at the time. And they talk about hairstyles and fashions that are different. And so it's always been a question of what is this hairstyle supposed to be? Because it's an Anglo-Saxon, getting upset about like his brother or someone he's writing a letter and he's writing the letter to his brother and he's getting upset at his brother, like, how can you wear a Danish haircut? You are a Christian. You should know better than to have your hair styled in the heathen fashion. And it's like, what does a heathen haircut look like? And I've seen everything from it being like a mullet to just long hair to like the I don't know if there's a non-internet term for this, but like the Hitler Youth, where it's like long on the top and front, short on the sides. A lot of discussion about it, but it's clear there was some kind of cultural difference that was building here. We don't really start seeing meaningful breakup between the Germanic peoples into separate ethnicities until well after 1000 AD. Jackson Crawford and Simon Roper. Jackson Crawford is an Old Norse academic, and Simon Roper is an Old English academic. They did a video where they talked to each other in Old Norse and Old English in the tongues circa like 1000-ish AD, right? And they could understand each other perfectly fine after they got past the accent differences. Because it in many ways it is an accent and kind of slang distinction between Old Norse and Old English at this time. English actually comes from like Angle-ish, like the language of the Angles. Old Norse is a dialectical form of North, so it's the Old North tongue, right? So Alfred the Great dies in 899. In 1027, the Northumbre Preostalag punishes bloat and idol worship. I believe it uses the word bloat outright, with fines on landlords, which is interesting because it's a demonstration of how this is enforced. It's a punish. So like if someone is practicing Asatru, the punishment isn't necessarily on them, it's on the guy above them, as a way of getting people to push this down. In 1054 AD, Pope Leo IX cites the donation of Constantine for the first time, and I'll come to why that's important in a moment. 1066 AD, the Norman conquest happens, and Anglo-Saxon England ends. And a lot of this stuff like fossilizes. Like this is why bloat came back into the English language with the reforging of Asatru with Steve McNallan, the Herald of Odin, in 1969, right? Bloat is an Old English word. That's not something that the Anglo-Saxons got from the Norse. So why don't we use this word? Well, the Norman invasion forces this French cultural shift upon the English, leading to a de-Anglo-Saxonizing of the English people in a certain sense. This is why we say bloat is a form of sacrifice rather than, sacrifice is the Latinized Frenchish word for bloat, right? The donation of Constantine is important because the idea of the Pope as being the supreme leader of Christendom comes about relatively late in Christian history. For a long time, the Pope is just first among equals of bishops in the Western Communion. Do you know off the top of your head when the Western Schism happens, sir? I can look it up if you don't.
Not exactly.
Yeah, or the schism. Yeah. So this is when East-West Schism. Excuse me, 1054. Yeah, 1054 is when the East-West Schism happens, and there's a separation between Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. And up until that point, theoretically, the Pope, along with the other bishops of the the Pentarchy, I think, the bishops of the Pentarchy, the bishops of Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem were primus inter pares, or that's not the right term, but we're co-equal, right, within their own domains. And the Pope says, no, I'm in charge, you all have to do what I say. And he produces this forged document in which Constantine basically gives the whole of the Roman Empire to the Pope. Pope Leo X didn't make the forgery, but he was the first one to deploy it at this scale. It was just kind of a weapon in the Vatican's chamber up until that point. That's important because it's a setup for what was going on with Christianity, and to a degree, why don't some of these kings just get rid of this thing, right? Partially, it's because it's just this background bureaucracy in the post-Roman territory that they are governing and inhabiting. And to a certain degree, I don't think most of them conceptualized it as necessarily a threat until it started telling kings what to do. Because it's kind of like, well, this is some Welsh Celtic Roman thing that is barely there. We conceptualize it today as this kind of force in the noosphere. But I really don't think a lot of these guys conceptualized it as an ideology that they were necessarily in conflict with. Men like Sexræd and Sæward, who took an active role against Christian clergy in their domains, probably were a minority of heathen reactionary opponents to Christianity, in as much as most of these guys probably didn't get it. Like, people often talk about Penda as this, Asatru patriot who was treated Christianity heinous, and it's like, yeah, but he let his son apostatize. Like, that doesn't strike me as something that you would do if you were like conceptualizing yourself in an ideological, spiritual conflict, right? Do you have anything to say there, sir, while I take a drink?
Sure. As a side note, during this Asatru revival in the Danelaw, it's interesting to note, and I was looking for the passage and I found it in Elder Gods by Stephen Pollington. It's a wonderful book. Get it if you can. Bishop Wulfstan was writing a chastising letter to the Christian congregation in Sermo Lupiad Angelos. Among heathen peoples, no man dares to withhold neither a small nor a large part of what is ordained for the worship of false gods. And everywhere we withhold God's due, all too often. And among the heathen peoples, no man dares to complain about the things which are brought to the false gods, inside or outside, and are handed over as a sacrifice. And we have stripped bare God's houses, inside and outside, of all their finery. And almost everywhere God's servants are deprived of respect and protection. And some men say that no man dares to misuse the servants of false gods in any manner among heathen men. So a lot of people have a misguided idea about the seriousness of religion or the barbarous customs of Asatru. And it was interesting to see as late as, the 1000s that the marked contrast of amongst Asatru in England, they were noted for freely giving to their hofs, for showing respect and deference and protection for the Gothar, with treating the upkeep of hofs and the upkeep of their faith as a serious thing they were willing to invest in, whereas Christians at the time in the same place mistreated their priests, weren't giving their donations and their tithes, were stripping monasteries and churches of sacred objects and things they can make a buck off of or repurpose to put somewhere else. And it's interesting to see that in such a sharp contrast, and I think it's informative. It's also interesting, and you have to wonder what infrastructure they had, because as we talked earlier, most of the island, like the royal houses, had converted probably 2 years prior to the Viking raids and the situation with the Danelaw, 2 centuries earlier. So how much did the folk remember their gods? How much did the folk remember the gods of their fathers and the traditions and the sacred sites and the rituals? And it is an interesting point that I don't think we see other places, where this, their Scandinavian cousins come back and bring with them the old faith, and they, have this revival for however long they were able to have it. I think that's always something that's really interested me in, like, what that looks like, because it was a big enough deal that the Pope needed to speak on it so it could get stamped back down. So their folk soul awoke at this time to one degree or another. And I think it's a really interesting point in history. And it, is still a thing or a functional deal with the Danelaw up until just about till the Norman conquest.
We do get there's a lot of references to there's a lot of Christian writings about complaining about paganism still being present in Anglo-Saxon England. There's a lot of law codes that treat paganism as like a crime that people are still doing regularly. I think the thing about the conceptualization of this religious conflict that differed between the Christians and the Asatru is that, before I forget this, I couldn't find it again, but I did one time find some kind of writing by some monk complaining about paganism still being omnipresent within the military and the kingship. It's not entirely clear what he means there. He might have been talking about like this sacred king kind of thing, but it must have been extremely difficult for these Gregorian missionary guys to do this with every aspect of a society. Like in this society, violence and military action would have been deeply associated with the cult of Odin, for example, at like minimum. They would have to separate it from all sorts of things through a very long-running process of enculturation that did not happen quickly. As I was saying, sorry for being jumbled here. From what I can see about how Asatru understood their religion in this period, it was mostly focused on this kind of like, that's just what we do around here. We just do these kinds of things mindset, combined with personal loyalty to the gods. So when like Athelbert apostatizes, people do get upset. There are people who are very deeply personally loyal, but they're personally loyal. They conceptualize it as personal loyalty to the gods. So they view Athelbert as disloyal. He's a traitor to Odin. They don't view it as taking the wrong side in an ideological struggle. They don't view it as like he's on the wrong side. They view it as like he has committed an error to the god. And that's not wrong to do, but the lack of an ideological component to Anglo-Saxon Asatru makes it difficult for them to resist in this kind of, you have to always be on way that the Christians are able to. Like if you just look at the timeline in abstract, like I know that's really easy because I have the timeline up here, but it's like the Gregorian mission is established 569. The Pope got a letter asking for help 100 years prior. The Gregorian mission is established 569. It's not until 580 that Gregory actually gets a chance to deploy this meaningfully with Athelbert and Bertha marrying. That is an extreme time horizon that people who are actively looking at the world and trying to enforce an ideological vision upon it are able to do, that people whose religiosity or politics, I mean, it's the same for both, is just a kind of day-to-day lived reality, just aren't really able to conceptualize, defend against, engage with. You know, it's like a man without legs playing basketball against Michael Jordan here, just in terms of sheer ability to engage with this stuff on the fly. Particularly because of the particular affectation of the Germanic peoples to not have like a druid kind of class or like a Brahmin class. There are Gothar at this time, but they are local technical specialists rather than like traveling priests who are trying to ensure ideological correctness with like everyone that they meet, like the druids were, which is actually kind of humorous because the actual druids got exterminated by Julius Caesar and the Romans because they were a threat to Roman rule precisely because they were a traveling priest class who enforced is a harsh word here given that the Celts were like willingly doing this, but the Druids enforced ideological and religious correctness and conformity to the Celts. And it's worth noting here, the Romans were not opposed to the Celtic polytheistic religion. Augustus, my source here is Lady with a Mead Cup, Augustus traveled to some place where Gaul and Germania met, and he worshipped Gallo-Roman Germanic Mercury in the traditional manner. he basically performed bloat to Odin, or perhaps he performed a sacrifice to Lu or the Dagda. It's not entirely clear, but like Augustus went into Gaul and performed religion on the native people's terms. There's a huge amount of Romanized Celtic religious archaeological stuff. It's not that the Romans were opposed to the Celtic polytheism, it's that they were opposed to the Druids acting as this sort of enforcer class, if you will. And we can see why they were opposed to it, because that's the sort of thing that helps a populace resist incursion by foreign ideologies and religions. In India, this is a function that the Brahmins fulfill. There are functionally similar examples with the Muslim world and with China and Japan, but it's a little less clear-cut because there isn't this clear like Brahmin caste. You are a Brahmin, a Druid kind of thing. That's an Indo-European society kind of thing. It's not something you see in non-Indo-European societies like China. So just kind of tracing this out. So how does Christianity actually move through England at like a top level? Like, what does this look like? Because we talk about kings converting, right? So Athelbert of Kent marries Bertha of Paris. Bertha was a Christian and would only marry Athelbert for his political gain if she could practice Christianity and bring her useless Christian clerics with her. However, she was the patient -1, the viral infectious agent that allowed Christianity to enter because the Gregorian mission linked up with her. So Athelbert's successor, Eadbald, became Christian, seemingly due to him being insane. Eadbald's sister was married to Eadwine of Deira. That's the guy that Osric and Eanfrith succeeded. So Christianity spread from Kent to Northumbria. Then Sybert, the father of Sexræd and Sæward, converted due to being Athelbert's thane, so from Kent into Essex. Radwald becomes Christian due to Athelbert's lordship, so Kent in East Anglia. Penda lets his son Peada marry Aelflad of Bernicia, who is a Christian. Some of these names, like, I don't know if I can get my wife to let us name our next daughter Aelflad. But Aelflad was a Christian, so she gets Peada to become a Christian. So Kent into Northumbria into Mercia. Missionaries from Mercia then went to Sussex. This seems to have actually been a bottom-up in the sense of it's not a king kind of conversion. The nobility of Sussex tried to curry favor with Mercia, which was their overlord, but they didn't have a central kind of under-king governing them. So the nobility of Sussex take up Christianity to get in good with Mercia. So Kent to Northumbria to Mercia to Sussex. Repeated invasions by Mercia result in Wessex converting. So Kent to Northumbria to Mercia to Wessex. Cadwalla of Wessex. Cadwalla is the descendant of Cadwallon. Cadwalla invades the Isle of Wight. That's the big island kind of at like England's butt at the south. Cadwalla of Wessex invades the Isle of Wight. Supposedly he murders everyone on the island and replaces them with West Saxons. It's not entirely clear if the Wheatwater were Germanics or not. Some people think they might have been Celts. It's not clear and it doesn't really matter. So there is a question here of like, why support the church and not just convert, right? And there's a few reasons. One, these foreign clerics were the king's man. They were loyal to the king. They were there on the king's good wishes. The king could write to the Pope and say, rid me of this turbulent priest. No, send me another one. And the Pope would, right? So they were replaceable agents. They were loyal to the king. They weren't loyal to the locals. Christianity support for the Vatican clergy enabled support from Francia and Rome. Hosting clerics became part of the requirements attached to being Athelbert's thane, directly or indirectly. Because this is all downhill from Kentish loyalty to France, to Francia, right? there appears to have been little organized ideological reaction to Christianity. It's mostly conservative nobles. Compare the Goths, who under Athanaric do appear to have somewhat of an ideology opposing Christianity, maybe partially just because the Byzantine Empire is so deeply attached to Christianity at the time. Because again, it's like, if you look at the chain of conversion, a big thing that happens is that Pieta converts, which leads to Mercian power going to Christianity. So whatever Mercia does from then on, even if they're not directly trying to spread Christianity, conquest by and fealty to Mercia results in a necessity of hosting and supporting Christian clergymen who are working to apostatize the locals at minimum. So had Pieta not apostatized, I don't know what would have happened, but it wouldn't have occurred as quickly because Mercian power wouldn't have had conversion to Christianity attached to it in this manner. And you, again, I feel bad for kind of harping on Penda so much, because who cares about Penda past a certain point, but it's like, the man is supposed to be a diehard Asatru patriot, but he lets his son marry a Christian woman. You'd think her apostasy, her return to the gods, or would be a necessary condition for her marriage, or he'd just say, no, we can't trust him, so you can't do it. You know, like, it's your son, bro, you're the king. You know. Do you have anything you want to throw in here, sir?
Not really. I mean, I think it's interesting. I think that you're connecting it to the continent in the way that you are is something that a lot of people don't talk about, that I don't think is very widely known. But yeah, the tie-ins with all the interconnected systems, people, when they look back at history, they don't, I don't know, I think they often overly compartmentalize and don't recognize the interconnectedness of a lot of the webs of things.
Before I lose this thought, I just want to point out, we were talking about the Sacred King and the near, I'm just going to say near deification of the Sacred King at times. That is something that came with, that like was just taken by Christians past a certain point, because they didn't have a choice. So there's a lot of early Anglo-Saxon saints that are just some Christian, and they just like die in a war with another Christian. They're not martyred by pagans or something like that. They just go off, get in a fight over territory while being Christian with another Christian, and die, and they get turned into a saint, because the veneration of kings was just a Germanic thing that they did. And it goes both ways. So bit of an awkward one here. Our man Osric is actually listed as a saint in an early 8th century Christian calendar because he was a king who died. So Christians had to venerate him. Well, of course we're going to venerate our king. We have to do it. It's just something that was expected of you as an Anglo-Saxon, right? So they take this pagan king who dies fighting Christians, and they make him a saint, because that's just what they have to do. By comparison, when the Roman emperors were deified, right? The Senate would declare them a god. And the precise specifics, it's more like they're declaring them an alfar, but it's semantics, right? The last Roman emperor that had that done to them was Valens, who was a Christian. Like, he was also, yeah, Valens is the guy who dies spectacularly poorly. Anyways, do you want to get to questions? I don't think I have anything more in my notes.
No, I think that kind of takes us to where we're at. We do have a few questions.
Can I just, sorry, I should have said this before.
No, you're fine.
I think if you had to do like a kind of summation of this period, it is a twofold rejection of the idea of British history as an island, of rejecting any kind of history as an island, right? but especially with British history, where there is so much of an attempt at separating British everything from the continent, right?
It is literally an island.
Yes, it is literally an island, but it's clearly not too much of an island for Christianity to cross the channel, right? The other thing is the necessity of organized ideological action and cooperation in a hierarchical fashion for anything that you care about. Because if you don't organize, you will be organized by your enemies, whether you are aware of it or not. And that seems to be a going theme throughout religious history. And the degree to which you get to keep any of your stuff after you get organized by someone else is entirely up in the air. You know, we have, you can go find, like, let's just do, I'm a language nerd, so let's just do language real quick here. Go look up English and try to read English Wikipedia without knowing how to read Old English. It's a pretty different looking thing from how we write and talk and speak today. That is the result of, now granted, it's not the result of Christianity in the Anglo-Saxon period, it's the result of the Norman conquest, but it's like part of why the Norman conquest, and actually the Norman conquest of Gaelic Ireland too, while we're at it, was allowed to happen, was because this Anglo-Saxon Christianity was so syncretic, was because Jesus being a warrior was too much. Jesus, the apostles being thanes was too much. The sacred king was too much. Even that was a half measure that eventually had to be corrected. Now, granted, it's not like the Pope told the Normans to go do the Norman invasion, but there was a sort of like, the Chinese have a term, I can't remember what it is in Mandarin, but it kind of means like crisis tunity. There's a crisis, but that's an opportunity. And you always have to make the best of an opportunity. And if you don't, someone else is gonna. So there's a reason we organize.
Absolutely. And it's important that those of us that practice Asatru live our faith and learn lessons from the past. I think there is a lot of people that want to study the history, but without applying the lessons learned from that to project things into the future. It's like they're a neutral observer, and that's antithetical to what Asatru is. It's living that troth to the Æsir, which, as noble Aryan people, puts it upon us to learn lessons of the past and shape things better into the future. But go ahead.
Just to say, and I don't want anyone to think I'm opposed to people having a conception of religion that is based on personal loyalty to the Æsir or on like the lived day-to-day reality of the spiritual world in a sense. But an ideological component, an intellectual component that views things in terms of principles is necessary for anything at scale, you know.
Absolutely. But the two go hand in hand. And I think that binding organizational structure gets us a lot of the way. I think they did have a lot of ideological commonality. Because you see that in the way that Christianity has to contort itself in order to make itself appealing. Christianity on Jewish, hippie rabbi terms would never have been remotely successful. It had to contort their core values into, early medieval European warrior thanes and not, wandering desert rabbi and his Jewish friends in urban Roman Judea. It just never would have been appealing. The value systems are completely askew from one another. So I think Christianity did a lot more bending early on than otherwise. So the questions we got kind of harken back to Svan and I are stuck in all the little poems in the Eddas about that relate to the Volsung cycle. But there's questions from Johan. I finished the 7 episodes about the saga of the Volsungs. I'd gotten a copy of the Nibelungenlied as a gift recently and noticed it was a remarkably similar story to that story. I didn't realize that they were essentially 2 recountings of the same story. I read the book, went back and read the saga, then watched the episodes pertaining to that. It was briefly mentioned that the 2 stories are related and cover the same story more or less. I was a little surprised that the correlations are not talked about in more detail other than a couple sentences. There are several key differences. One, notably, the saga is firmly set in Asatru, and the Nibelungenlied has Christianity. Another difference I saw was the character of Brunhild or Brynhild. She is portrayed very differently in the 2 stories. There are other differences, and the way the story plays out creates a lot of moral differences in the characters between the stories. In the Nibelungenlied, it seems to be more black and white, where Siegfried and Kriemhild are the ideal and moral couple, and their foil, Gunther and Brunhild, are more set up as a type of man and woman people ought not to be. The saga is a lot more mixed messaging, with all parties being noble and ignoble. It's a multi-part question, but is the Nibelungenlied still a valued source of Nordic morality?
The next post
there's another chunk. Is it a slightly modernized version of the saga of the Volsungs that reflects more high/late medieval culture versus early medieval culture? Do you think it's a comparison of continental morality versus Icelandic morality? Is it tainted due to Christian influence? Should we even compare the 2 or use both? Yes. So, I say that to be obnoxious, but the answer to most of those questions are yes. So the reason we didn't do a lot of comparing and contrasting is confusing enough as it is, and we wanted to present the cohesive whole. And we did mention that we might do the Nibelungenlied by itself at some point. And saying that, I do think it's valuable. I like the imagery a lot more. I like the high medieval. I suppose that's a misnomer because it was written very early on, but I like the scale and the grandeur of the Nibelungenlied better than I like the, more rustic setting of the Volsung saga. But I think there's stuff to be learned from both. I think certainly your point is, yes, one is more advanced as far as all of the extras and all of the setting that our characters are placed in. It looks really different in very early medieval Scandinavia than it does in much more middle medieval Germany. But they're all reflections that come down to us of the same core story. I do think the Christianization in the continent affects the way the story plays out, and it affects the more very sharp black and white differences in the characters, whereas you get a lot more of the subtlety in the Norse material. And it's why I think that as Asatru, we prioritize the Volsunga saga over the Nibelungenlied, because it leaves a lot of that behind, but it I like the way it's told. I like the setting. So I think that it's certainly very valuable. And I think that either or, but ideally both, are worth us looking at and comparing and contrasting, because I think there's cool. I think there are valuable things about both. I also think there's cool things about both that are just presented depending upon the stuff that you like, or the imagery that you like, or even the storytelling that you like. I think they're both really valuable things to have. Chris, do you have any thoughts?
My thought is I should unmute first. So I think the thing about it is that this is another one of those examples of like the syncretism that we were talking about, right? So we end up with the thing is that Germanic society was an oral tradition, or an oral culture, right? So you would have, or we would have these like poets, skalds. The Old English word was like shope. The Celtic equivalent is bards. These would be traveling poets who would memorize a huge amount of poetic formulas. Like Achilles is always swift-footed. The dawn is always rosy-fingered, or something like that. Hera is white. Any female character is white-armed, right? And they would know the gist of a story, but they would piece it together basically on the fly, right? Like it's the same plot beats every time, but it's like, is Achilles swift-footed? Is he strong-armed? Does it really matter in this verse, right? So to a degree, it's kind of just natural for an oral society, which Germanic people were still doing into like the 1600s. It wasn't really until the printing press came along that the Europeans stopped being very oral focused. Because remember, like, yeah, you could get like a book was chained to a desk in a church or a monastery. If you were lucky, you could pay someone to make a copy of it. And in a few years, you'd get your copy of the book. Years, if you were lucky. So what scholars would do is they would read these books, and they came up with these techniques to memorize enormous amounts of information. If you've heard of like the method of loci, or the theater of the mind, or any of this kind of stuff, these memorization techniques were used by scholars to remember books because they could not have them on hand. They were lucky if they had a Bible, like maybe the Gospels, or maybe the Old Testament. And so they would memorize this huge quantities of information. And so storytelling was done in a oral tradition manner, where the poet is going to depict things as he thinks is appropriate. And so stories could be very ancient, but would be moved forward. So to a degree, the story reflecting more modern values, or literally society, is on the one hand, yes, it's not accurately conveying some ancient thing, but it's also not really trying to do that. It's like those medieval paintings of Alexander the Great and his men, and they're wearing like ornate plate mail and like riding horses with like lances, like jousting lances, and they're doing battle with like Turks with like turbans and stuff. Yes, it's not actually what the ancient thing would have looked like, but it's also not trying to be. It's conveying what this looks like to this society. So it's very useful in as much as it conveys like things that have survived, but it also does talk about the High German period, because it's for the High German period. It's not supposed to be a perfect rendition of ancient anything. I don't think we're necessarily like worsened by it, by the more modern one necessarily having Christian stuff in it, because again, a lot of this isn't like the Pope dictating down and then make the ring such like this because it's a reference to the tricking of Esau out of his birthright. It's a poet who knows a little bit, and yeah, they get married in a church because weddings happen in churches. It doesn't contaminate the story, in my opinion.
Well, I also think that, being honest, characters in the story that are based on real people don't work historically. So the story is a work of fiction that's set in a period. And it's a really cool work of fiction that's helpful to us and that teaches us, a lot of things. And it is, seminal to so much of the development of European, I don't know, heroes and story arc. But I think that the Asatru elements are certainly emphasized much more in the Norse telling of it because it was done, a lot of the source material came from the Asatru period or very shortly thereafter, whereas that link is much more distant in the Nibelungenlied. But either way, I think that the nature of the narrative is going to change depending on the time that it's told in. Those are, good periods of history. I think if it was a modern woke version, it would be terrible. So, I think that if we were having this discussion in 1400, then we might be a little bit more picky about certain things, but it's not. I think there's value to each, and that's why I don't think it's an either or proposition. I think it's a both, and synthesizing and learning lessons from each. It would be stupid not to treat them as connected because they clearly are, but I don't think you have to force that connection. I think you can treat them as two parallel stories that are both beneficial.
I don't think we should be looking at these as necessarily super historical texts is kind of the thing. Like Attila the Hun is a character, but he's not a Hun. He's like a Germanic warlord.
And there's a number of characters from that period. But as we say when we're going over that, Svan and I, this is getting written down at the earliest 600 years after it happened, which is tremendous that so many of the pieces and names and places make it down to the poet at that time. Also from Johan, my second question is a bit more straightforward and answerable in a shorter context. I've heard it stated that Matt and various other AFA leaders will be moving to Sigerheim in Tennessee. That's all well and good, but what consideration has been given to how that would impact the rest, where the Hoffs and leadership currently are? It was said in some episodes of VNS that Svan would move, and that prompted me to think, what will Thorshoff do? Will that not weaken the presence and community there? If all of the key motivated leadership move, could that lessen the AFA's reach throughout the country? Would it be a sort of brain drain effect where the best and the brightest move and most devoted move to Tennessee, and then over time, the Hoff districts deteriorate? So I appreciate the question, and it's something that, I think that many of us have given thought to. Short answer is no. I think that life doesn't work that way. Taking successful and motivated people that have stuff to lose and have put down roots and are successful are very hard to get to pick up and move somewhere. So I don't think, under the best possible trying to get everyone to go there circumstances, I don't think that's going to get everybody. I do think it will get some people, but I think there's a lot of people that are very rooted to where they're at. So I think that all of the above is an appropriate way to think of it. One of the things about the location too that's important. It's equidistant from, it's like 8 hours, and depends on what time of day you run it. So let's say it's 8 hours even from Freyshof, Thorshof, and Njordshof. Worst case scenario, if we pulled leadership from those hofs, all went there, we could send those people back out once a month to host the current obligations they currently host at those hofs without any effect happening. So that's part of what's been thought about. But also, we're growing and we have to have an eye towards growth. So we need to be able to sustain these places to where one Gothi is not the success or failure of an entire hof and an entire district. So we do have plans in place building up more leadership over time. And this is a frustrating thing to admit, but I've wanted to go down to Tennessee, and we've had the property, and we're many years into that now, much more than I would have liked before I can get down there. And that's just me. So this is a process where over time, I think people who are particularly devoted and particularly want to be involved with the day-to-day running of AFA from the capital will trickle there as they can. But there's plenty of people that won't and that aren't able to. And we're absolutely committed. Once we get a hof somewhere, we're committed to the success of that hof in perpetuity. So it is something we've thought about. The other thing is, that's not fair. If people want to pick up and move and go somewhere, it's not right to lash our most devoted members of leadership to a physical location to where they can't move and they can't try to structure their life around something that's, more in tune with their hopes and dreams involved with the AFA and the AFA's success. So we're at a level to where we can send people out to run things at different hofs if we had to, if everybody went there, but it's just not going to flesh out that way. And the other thing that I think is really important is to have faith and follow the ways we believe we are directed by the Æsir. I believe that Sigerheim and Tiershof and moving a number of us to an AFA capital is in keeping with the will and the plans of the Æsir. That being said, I trust that they will help things work out to the best as long as we are trying to do our best and trying to align ourselves with their will as best as we can. So I think things will work out fine, and we try to stack contingencies to make sure we can farm people out to, travel places to make things happen if necessary. So, I want to plan for those contingencies, but I do have a trust that things will work out fine on it.
I don't mean to be like going back to opportunities in crisis. Be a good time to step up and be a folk builder. I don't know where you are, so I don't know if you could actually be the guy at Thorshof, but you know what I mean here. It's always a good time to.
You know what? And that's another. So on the answer is all of the above. This is something I think is really important. Everybody who's in the AFA should pick up and move to one of our hofs. Move as close as you can to one of our hofs. But I know that's not going to happen. So what I'd like to see is lots of people do that, and the ones that don't or can't, or it's not the right season of their life, we will get hofs closer to them. The answer is both. We want to consolidate people in certain areas, but we also want to expand. And I think we have enough people with different motivations in life and different circumstances where those that can should move close to a hof. Those that can't should work on building a community where they're at that can sustain a hof when it's time. And I think that'll all work out fine. And, like Chris said, folk building is a thing. We need folk builders. And here's the thing. There's not a limited supply. Anybody that wants to serve The Æsir and our church, the AFA, in that capacity, can be very instrumental in building infrastructure and community to get a Hof closer to where they're at. So the answer really is all of the above on those things. And I think that kind of approach is going to be the most successful in the circumstances that we're dealing with. Good evening, Æsir Yagothi Matt, Folk Builder Chris, and Folk Builder Nick. This question is about the episode about the Goths. What is the legacy of the Goth? Who, if anyone, was their inheritors? Thank you for all that you do. Chris, take the first swing at this.
I think you could unironically say like the best answer would have to be Europe as a whole, because the thing, like genetically, they don't really have much continuity into the modern era except for a little bit in Romania. Their language dies out. Their religion doesn't continue all that much. At least their specific form of Asatru doesn't continue much long after Athanaric. Culturally, they don't really have too long of a lasting impact, at least in Eastern Europe. Romania is a Slavo-Italic culture today, Italo-Slavic, whatever. But they do have a surprisingly long-reaching influence throughout the rest of Europe. Their legacy was very important for the Germans, who saw them as a pre-modern Germans, like 1800s and earlier, saw the Goths as a kind of heroic version of the German. Gothic architecture actually originated as a slur for the northern cathedrals in France, which were unsuitably Roman due to not being made of bricks. And the Gothic was actually a slur, and it very quickly became a point of pride, even amongst the French. The Spanish actually have a lot of... So the aristocracy of Spain, one thesis for its origination is actually from Visigothic warriors who moved into and conquered Iberia and established themselves as the elite of it, and that's true, that happened. That's why you see like Mexicans with names like Oswaldo and Roberto, because Oswald and Robert come to Spanish from Gothic. And
are we talking the Mexican Mexicans or the Brazilian Mexicans?
See what you did there.
Well, I'm sure there are Brazilians with names like Oswaldo and Roberto. I just don't know. I can read Portuguese.
We're talking about the Habsburg Mexicans.
But like the Goths remained pretty heavily in the minds of the Spanish for a surprisingly long period of time. In a lot of the conflicts in Latin America between Republicans and monarchists and stay loyal to Spain versus be an independent country kind of conflicts. Los Godos was a slur to refer to the monarchist or Spanish loyalist side. The Scandinavian countries have all claimed descent from the Goths. The Swedes having possibly one of the better claims there, because the Goths were Swedes who got up and left at one point. Both the Danish and Swedish crowns claimed descent from the Goths, and the Danish and Swedish kings both claimed to be the king of the Goths. The Swedish king was the king of Gotland, so he was literally the king of the land of the Goths. There's actually like a papal council where all of the kings of Europe showed up, and the Spanish and Swedish kings got in a fight because they both claimed to be kings of the Goths, and that meant they got to sit closer to the Pope. I think the legacy of the Goths is as this strong, proud, noble Germanic people that their extinction as a living ethnos allowed them to become a kind of universal European figure of meaning something to everyone in Europe, because no one really is a Goth anymore. So in a certain sense, we all kind of are Goths, or like we all have been impacted by them, in as much as all European countries have some kind of something to say about the Goths. I know that's kind of rambly, but it's kind of like, who are their inheritors? Well, I don't really think anyone is, you know, at least not in the England is Anglo-Saxia today kind of a sense.
Yeah, I think that they become kind of a root, I don't know, a root population for European nobility in general. And I think it's telling that numerous royal lines trace their legitimacy to being inheritors of the Goths. And since Swedish royal family is currently installed by Napoleon, I'm going to say that the Spanish royal house, I think, is the one most active that traces descent to the Goths. The like existent one that currently does. It's strange that, like, I don't know, the Habsburgs, I guess, get Gothic cool points because wherever, Charles V's empire was, there is a piece of Gothic legacy to it. But yeah, I think it's one of those shared heritages that binds European nobility. And so I think it's special when we focus on their history and their myths. And I think it's a kind of a shame that they're so unsung in modern times, because that legacy was something that was valued for its legitimacy in the medieval period a lot. And I think it flows well into the question we had earlier about the Nibelungenlied. Largely, tribes involved in that during that period are Gothic tribes. Cool book that you guys should get is The Mysteries of the Goths by Edred Thorson. I like that book a lot. It is obscure. I don't know that it's his best book, but it's probably my favorite of his because it was just really neat, and I hadn't encountered that material before. It's been a long time since I read it, so I hope it lives up to the hype, but I thought it was really cool when I read it, and I really enjoyed it. Gothi Mayo asks, Folkbuilder Savich, who is the greatest Anglo-Saxon king, Asatru-wise?
Oh, I'm not a Gothi. I don't get to decide.
Well, you do, because Gothi empowered you to.
Honestly, my first thought is, I don't know if it's, I can't really pick between the two of them. I don't know which one lasted longer, but Hengist and Horsa, I think. I know that's kind of cheap because they're the ones who start the whole thing, at least in the mythos around them. I don't know if we have any Anglo-Saxon kings listed that were particularly like of a priestly disposition, but I have seen a lot of people speculate about, demigod status regarding Hengist and Horsa. I can't really. I don't know. It's an interesting question. I'll have to think more on it, honestly.
So, Croatian War Master, Penda was, but he converted. Late in his life, Penda converted to Christianity. That is unfortunate, because had he not, we would probably celebrate him a lot more. That pragmatic decision at the end of his life was unfortunate and tarnishes his legacy, sadly.
I think there is an attempt at making Penda into being like some kind of arch heathen, though.
They
like
do.
Academically.
People do that a lot with him and with all right, name will hit me in when I do inconveniently later down the line. Now it's going to bother me.
What did he do?
Frisian resistor of Christianity.
Widukind.
Yeah, Widukind. There you go. Also converted at the last moment, and he was a huge champion for Asatru until he wasn't. No, because Bloatsfane and Radbod are both celebrated because they did not convert. So it's funny because when we look at celebrating our heroes, but that's the thing he didn't. He dipped his toe in. He was about to receive baptism, and then he just, I'm sorry, anyone who can't read in the comments, Radbod would accept a baptismal font, but he didn't receive baptism. You know, when he got the shock of the water, he's like, hey, but wait, do I want to go through with this? Where are my ancestors? Well, they're burning in hell. And he's like, I'd rather be in hell with my noble ancestors than in heaven with a parcel of beggars. So he didn't go through with it.
I just to say real quick, I think the thing about it isn't necessarily, it's like, it's one thing if they apostatize and then return. It's another thing.
It matters how you finish the game.
Yeah, it's another thing if it's like, oh, I'm done with this whole Thor thing. I'm on Team Jesus now, and then you die. You know what I mean? Like, you can fix a mistake.
Yep, it matters. It matters where you end up at the end. Besides this time now in the world, Matt, would you say that the last time there was the largest resurgence of Norse paganism was during the time of the Third Reich? It's an interesting question. Sorta. I think had the Second World War not have happened, it could have been a much more confident yes. I think a lot of things were being explored and thought about and considered. I think Christianity was being rejected by the vanguard of that movement, but I don't think that had a chance to develop into an actual resurgent Asatru practice. I think the understanding of people at that time, you saw a runic revival, but you saw that going back into the German Romantic period a little bit earlier. You saw it carried on up until the war. But I think those currents were percolating and weren't allowed to come to fruition. So, I mean, kind of like yes with an asterisk, because I think where it wasn't a developed how'd you put it, Norse paganism. I don't think that was there. I think elements of German society at the time were aiming for something like that, but I don't think that had been fleshed out enough for it to take hold outside of a very, very small few. I think you saw something similar, as I mentioned, in the Romantic period with people like Meister von List. I think a version of a form of Norse paganism was developed under List for a time, but it doesn't look like what we're doing now, and I don't think there was masses. I think there were people at that time who were open to exploring that, but I don't think you had large numbers of Asatru. I think you had people that were really curious.
Yeah, I think that there was the the folkish, whatever you want to call it, movement that predates the Third Reich by like a century, if you go looking into it, and that movement was patronized by people of power in the Third Reich because it was drawing upon an older Germanic mindset, ethos, drawing upon Germanic culture, and like a resurgent German insert thing here was like a big deal for the Third Reich, so naturally they patronized it. But I don't think there were as many religious Asatru or whatever term they would call themselves, Germanic faithists or something.
Sure.
As people sometimes backport onto that period. I don't think there were nearly as many people doing bloat or something equivalent, or even like praying to Odin or Thor or something, as we have now.
Croatian War Master points out there were societies with a few thousand members. I think there was an esoteric, non-Christianity, but there wasn't devoted to Odin or Thor or Freya. It was very much esoterically hearkening back to a vague and very seldom defined, I guess, pagan, as how not Christian it was.
Yeah.
I think they were trying to figure that out. And I will tell you this, I guarantee you there were, more than a few people who did have a sincere religious practice, but I don't think it was formalized that way. So you said like between the conversion and now, was that the biggest awakening? Probably, but I don't think they got all the way awake. If we're going to call it an awakening, there's that period when you kind of wake up and you're groggy and you don't really know where you are. You're not still asleep, but you're not really all the way awake yet. And I don't think it got to the point of fully.
Unfortunately, they hit snooze on the alarm.
Yeah. I don't think that ended up happening, but I do think a lot of that awakening occurred and went towards stuff.
I think hitting the snooze on the alarm is a good metaphor there, because it's like there's the folkish movement, the Volkish movement, and it's going for a while, and then it gets like state attention during the Third Reich period, and then World War II happens and like freezes it up.
And so that's interesting, because even, at the time, Carl Jung writes in his Wotan essay about Odin being, the god of the Germanic people and their deep ancestral folk soul waking up. But he doesn't write about it religiously. He writes about it archetypically and conceptually. And yet later in his life, he comes to be in a much more spiritual place. But I don't think that, like I said, I don't think it got the opportunity to come to fruition in a way that was overtly religious more than ceremonial and esoteric.
I think, to kind of like sum it up, it's like there were a lot of people who wanted this to be a thing, but they didn't necessarily want to do it. And
they didn't know what the thing was.
Yeah, but they were reforging this, and there were a lot of people who wanted this to be a thing, but they didn't really know what it was. They didn't know what to do, and a lot of them wanted people to like care about runes and care about Germanic heroic literature, but they weren't really super interested in the devotional worship of the Æsir. And like World War II and the resulting crash after that kind of arrested the development of, Steve McNallen is the Herald of Odin in 1969. If we're just kind of spitballing, we might have seen someone taking up that mantle or something equivalent earlier, but You know what I mean?
Well, so what you see right around that time, so during the Third Reich, but before World War II, you see people elsewhere in the world that are trying to do devotional religion that way. And you see Alexander Rudd Mills doing that in Australia. And you see him conferring with people pre-war and trying to make connections, but he was actually doing like religious practice.
Mm-hmm.
And those connections just never really got to solidify.
I think just to kind of end my comments on it, there is something to be said about the, I guess, purifying effect that World War II had, in that if you go looking at what a lot of this Germanic faith revival stuff in Germany at the time entailed, there's a lot of nonsense involved. Like, World War II saved us from having to debate about whether or not the Oera Linda book is legit, you know, like, or like Villigut. Like, should we view Villigut as a prophet? No one argues about that, you know, like.
So, all right. Thoughts on Anglo-Saxon pagan reconstructionism, aka theodism? Chris, go ahead and take the first swing at that.
I don't think they're the same thing. I think that Anglo-Saxon pagan reconstructionism is an intellectual exercise, this isn't a judgment. That's not a pejorative, but it's an intellectual exercise on trying to piece together what people a long time ago did. And theodism is a modern, I'm just going to call it religious movement, because I don't think it's a church. It's like a modern kind of subculture, in a sense, or maybe even a secret society, I guess you could say. I don't think that theodism is trying to accurately reconstruct or necessarily do Anglo-Saxon polytheism, like take what they were doing circa 580 and do it today. I don't think theodism is necessarily trying to do that. I think it's a very specialized social formation. As to just what they are, not thoughts on it. I mean, I don't see much of theodism as being super useful today. It produced a few people of good scholarly bent, but the whole, because it comes out of like Sax Wicca, so it has the whole like pledging yourself into the sorority kind of thing to it, which I just don't see any utility in, because it's like the whole reason why you create mechanisms to test people to see if they can do a thing is because you can't just make them do the thing and see if they like pass or fail, you know. I don't see the utility of the like fraternal structure of it in bringing people home to the worship of the gods or encouraging sincere piety to the Æsir. I'm sorry, I'm a little long day and I'm kind of up late, so I'm rambling.
You're fine. It's late where you're at. Theodism, I really like the idea of theodism. There's things about it that I really like, but the execution, I think, was really, really poor. I don't think that. So in circles that we run in, the accusation of LARP is incautiously thrown around overmuch. And I don't think it's always fair. I do think in some ways it's fair on theodism, because it's ill-advised to try to take something from the past and overlay it in whole into a modern circumstance without adjusting it to the facts on the ground and the world that you live in. It's very easy to see why that doesn't make sense. It has to conform to the reality that you live in. And I don't think it was executed well in the 20th century in a way that made sense and was useful. I think taking language and names and dress like the Smurf hat thing from the past, and then trying to like awkwardly and very dogmatically enforce it on modern people out of context, it becomes really self-serving and not and inauthentic. And so comment on the side, it's only LARP if you don't believe in it. And that's the thing, though. I think that there's a difference in believing it and saying that you believe it. And I don't want to overstep. I think there was a lot of very sincere theodsmen, but I think there were a lot of people that weren't. I think it was very, very easy for unworthy people to take oaths like they're the king or the, thane or whatever rank that they're claiming they are. It very much was 5 fat guys arguing over the big piece of chicken around the backyard fire in the camp chairs. It was literally that a lot of the time. Everybody had this big title, but you'd put one of the things that makes certain things work is having a social institution that kind of all of the pieces of society help it flow together and make it make sense. I think they focused way too much on the, hyper obedience, and it became not almost, in a number of cases, it became a strange BDSM thing and not a religious thing. Like their insistence on you going through a stage where you start out as a thrall. And I don't think that is historically accurate to our ancestors' time. I don't think free people had their kids have to go start out in thraldom somewhere in order to get to a place. I think it was a very awkward thing that the thrall concept played into strange BDSM scenarios, and it also played into abuse physically, sexually, emotionally, and was it didn't work out well. I think having a more practical approach that planned for long-term success is a much better way to go, and I don't think theodism had that. And I say that talking to a lot of people that are former, theodsmen. I say that because their current king, I had an encounter with a little bit that was not impressive. There's stuff, but having never been in a theod or involved in that process, I'm speculating, and I'm going on what a lot of people, what I've been able to learn in my time in Asatru. So I think the execution was really poor.
Just to kind of go to the LARP thing, I think the term gets thrown around. I was doing some research into why do people use this as a pejorative? Like, where did this start? Who had this idea of using that term? Because LARPing is actually an extremely niche hobby, but like actual live action role play. But I was doing a lot of research on Sumble, and one thing that struck me about the Theod guys is they put a lot of emphasis on mimicking Beowulf, of mimicking these ancient things. And I guess the kind of question I have to ask is, and granted, I'm looking at this however many years down the line, reading texts, and not like talking to people in the 90s or whatever. But my thought regarding a lot of this like rigid replication of Beowulf, like I've seen criticisms of how we do Sumble where it's like, you're using a single horn. Don't you know in Beowulf they each have their own cup full of beer? It's like, well, who cares how they do it in Beowulf, right? Like why do we have to replicate the way they do it in Beowulf? It's one thing if it's like, well, you got to do it this way in the Torah because Yahweh like commanded that you have to keep your sideburns a certain way. That makes sense. You can quibble about whether or not the rule makes sense, but it's like, yeah, no, the creator of the universe gave you a bunch of rules. Here's a list of rules. Okay. But with like the Theod stuff, it's like, okay, but why? Like, why mimic Beowulf? Why do it this way? Why not? It's kind of the problem of like this is the kind of English problem where it's fun to talk about like casting out the unwholesome outlandish speech and renewing the well of the tongue and all that. But then you look at like, okay, well, what's the modern English word for treasure? And the word is pronounced shit in every English dialect. Like it's like an intellectual exercise that doesn't come up to reality because you eventually run into someone who says like, okay, but why? You know, why
So
should
I
I
think
care
you
for
have
the
some-
Sacred King? Go on.
why really matters.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the thing. So I get it. And Panfusa, I was drinking a Electric Torpedo IPA from Sierra Nevada. Also a question that's in the queue. That's why I was answering it. But what I wanted to say is, you said what's wrong with LARPing is your ancestors. Because it's inauthentic, and your ancestors, grandpa didn't LARP that he was your fourth great grandfather, and the guy, and your fourth great grandfather from revolutionary times didn't LARP that he was, living in medieval times, and people back, the Anglo-Saxons didn't LARP that they were cavemen, because it's silly and inauthentic. There's nothing wrong with celebrating the values of your ancestors and practicing them authentically in the world that you live in. There's nothing wrong with that at all, but that's about the why they did things they did and not the what they did. At some point, wearing the same clothes, well, why did they wear that? Because it's the best they'd figured out at that point, because that's the materials they had available, because that's what they could afford, because they lived in a place that was really cold, because they lived in a place that was really hot. A lot of those things aren't the situation that you're in. So, maybe you don't wear a loincloth to harken back to the days of your ancestors. We've advanced.
You can see that with Hinduism, where there's like certain sects within Hinduism where it's like they're carrying on some tradition that's like 4,000 years old, going to Proto-Indo-Iranic steppe herders, and they're not Proto-Indo-Iranic steppe herders. Like,
No.
Religion is just arbitrary repetition for no reason.
That's dead at that point, and it's
Yeah.
a hobby, and it's a fun exercise in history, but it has to live and be relevant to the world that you live in. And that's why your ancestors did what they did, and not what, not what the cavemen did. You honor your ancestors by continuing the line of your faith forward. And again, it's a fine line. History is awesome. Linguistics is awesome, but have a reason why you do the things that you do. And I don't think they had answers to the why question nearly enough. And I don't think that was thought out of the modern living their faith in the real world. I think that's lacking in that context. And, I know a lot of people have grown out of that.
If like Theodishism, or LARPing or whatever is where you start, if like repeating, I don't know, saying like the Acre boat charm is where you start because you don't know where to begin and you just need to do something, or like repeating what your grandparents did because you don't know where to begin. I think that's fine, but it's like you begin and then you find the principles and then you move on. Because if you don't have the principles, who cares? And going back to the Anglo-Saxons, it's like arbitrary repetition didn't work back then. You have to have the principles.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What is the stance on bloat with animals? So the stance is that the Asatru Folk Assembly wants you to abide by the local laws and regulations in the place that you live. The question is a hot button one because it is so strange to modern people and because the understanding of how that's done looks really different in different cultural contexts. And the contexts that we know of are very often not humane in treatment of the animal and are often just done really differently. Jewish animal sacrifice is very off-putting. Hindu animal sacrifice is very off-putting. A number of like halal killing is very off-putting. The context brings up a lot of strange ideas amongst people and a lot of things that make people really uncomfortable. There's no specific stance on responsible animal sacrifice that's in keeping with the laws of the place that you live. But I think it's beneficial for our people to conceive of it not as quote unquote animal sacrifice, because that sounds scary, but the slaughtering of animals in a sacred context and in a sacred way. And again, a lot of people today don't have a touchstone with that. They're not hunters. They're not involved in herding and farm life. So they're very far away from, killing what you eat. Fundamentally, there is something to be said to where an animal bloat is similar to any other dispatching of livestock for food consumption, but it's done in a sacred and special way to where it is shared with the gods and the folk in a communal meal, honoring the gods. Slaughtering your livestock and providing a meal for your friends and family is not concerning. And that's much closer to, I think, what the understanding is. But, take that as guidance on that. And then, Chris, your surnames sound similar to mine, says Croatian War Master. Are your ancestors from these parts of Europe?
My patriline is. So my great grandfather Stojan Savich came over from Serbia. I've been told that the village he came from was Baskar. I might be mispronouncing that. I really don't know much about my patriline beyond him, just due to circumstances. I mean, I guess I could go into if anyone cares, but yeah, Serbia. So close enough to Croatia. Yeah, the name Savich is a relatively common one. The ich is a relatively generic pan-Slavic suffix, just meaning of, related to, but the Sav in Savich relates to the Sava River, which is a so I didn't the Celts. I mentioned how they had like a huge civilization in continental Europe, and it actually stretched from like Portugal to Eastern Europe at its heyday. The name of the Sava River comes from a Celtic word that means something like "it flows." the Sava River. That name is pre-Greek and pre-Slavic. It's of Celtic origin. So my great grandfather's, my father's father's name was Stojan Savich, and Stojan is related to stand. It's cognate with the English stand. So it's like the man who stands at the river that flows, which is kind of just a cute little poetic, I guess, thing.
All right. Well, that's our last question we've got this evening. Chris, thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure.
We've already gotten a lot of good comments tonight. People really like your episodes. Your eye for detail and ability to bring those to us is much appreciated. These are some of my favorite episodes, and we've heard that from a lot of folks. So hopefully we'll bring you on for some more.
I'd be glad to.
Thank you for what you do. Nick, thank you for your assistance in producing this program.
There's from Panfusa, there's a little etymology bit. Can I jump on that one real quick since we're doing goodbyes?
Maybe. Let me see.
Is bloat?
You can.
So bloat does not actually So reconstructing the etymology of bloat, there's a theory that it comes from the word, from the ancestor of the word blood. I do not believe that to be the case. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with blood in its usage from the earliest attestations. It means to offer, to pour out. Ritually, bloat, the Oscariogothi can speak more on the specifics here than I can, but ritually, the bloat is actually when the offering transitions from the profane to the sacred. So the reconstruction from Proto-Indo-European blad instead of from Proto-Germanic blod, like blood, is more apt because it doesn't have anything necessarily to do with blood. Like you can perform bloat with a live animal. You just let the animal go, right? Like this is like what happens with Freyfaxi. Like he declares the horse sacred and he doesn't kill it because he's given Freyr a live horse, right? This is also the case with bless, actually. There's an etymological theory that it descends from blood, meaning to like smear blood on something. That doesn't seem to be the case because it wouldn't form Old English Bletzian. There wouldn't be an S if that were the case. It would be Bletian, but it's Bletzian. So the more proper, I'm sorry, I'm rambling at the end here because I'm really tired. The more proper theory is that it actually descends from blotes, which kind of means something like bloatment, right? Referring to the words said during bloat, during the speech act that makes something transition from profane to sacred. So there's no blood necessary. The blood is just an artifact of how do you get meat? You kill an animal. What is the best food that you can offer someone in the pre-modern world? It's meat. You're going to give the gods the best food that you can give them. So if some Gothi wants to correct me on this, they can, but there's no blood necessary because it's not about killing the animal. It's about offering something to the gods. Anything to add, sir?
No, yeah. That was something interesting the more we started to run down linguistics, because I'd always thought that too, that it came from the word blood, as in the blood of the sacrifice. But it doesn't. It just means to make the offering, and the pouring out the libation is the fundamental offering in that sense.
Purely just as an aside regarding, if that's the case, if bless from Bletzian comes from blood, or the blood root, that doesn't explain why grime refers to fat. So like Greek Christos means the anointed one. The translation of Mashiach, because the Jews and the Greeks would like dab someone with oil to mark them as sacred, right? In in the Germanic world, grime appears to refer to fat using that. So if it was supposed to be blood that marked things as sacred, why did they use fat? Right? Like, why have two words and why does one of them refer to something else? How do you get fat from blood? It's an odd sort of, particularly because we're talking about old technical terms, these words have very precise meanings, had in the context of when we're talking about they have them now, but you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, how would this change happen and why doesn't the word mean what it means? Right? Like, because like in the Havamal, just to end this, my rambling, Odin gives like an 8-line verse, and it's like, do you know, or like, how to X, right? You know how to Y, right? You know how to Z, right? And it's like the first 4 are about runes, and then it's like, you know how to pray, right? You know how to bloat, right? You know how to soa, right? You know how to slay, right? Or some, I might be getting the order mixed up, but he makes a clear separation between bloat and killing the animal and then disposing of it, putting the offering in the fire. So it's kind of like, if bloat is about blood and killing, why isn't it about blood and killing? Why is it this technical procedure rather than the killing, right? The usage doesn't pan out the blood root, and the etymology is already arguable. So it's kind of like, why are we, you know what I mean? Like, this blood thing seems more like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. I'm done.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I'm trying to find. All right, hold on a sec. Okay. So yeah, no, just looking at it etymologically, and I'm not being ignorant. It absolutely became synonymous with doing a sacrifice at some point, but fundamentally, it meant to make any sort of an offering. And the most fundamental offering, looking at a number of things, this came up in the Goth episode too. The root word of that is like those who pour out or pour out an offering. So the idea was pouring out, and so doing a liquid, like our offerings of mead are closer to the original usage than a sacrifice, than a blood sacrifice. But I get what you're saying. It's just the more we looked into linguistics, that's not necessary. It is a part of something that certainly our ancestors did, but it's not fundamentally what that word means. It means to pour out an offering. And we very much do that always with sacred liquid. We've always done that since the beginning.
And it's worth noting that the roots of ritual technical terms often do have sort of metaphorical usage, like to pour out an offering. Well, you have to remember the principal Old English word for performing religion was begangen, which is cognate with gang. No one uses this outside of the North, but gang meaning to like walk. So like you would begang, like, you'd say something like, I begang bloat, which literally means like I bewalk bloat. But it's not as literal. So it's like, yes, we pour out the offering. That's kind of also a metaphorical term for just making the offering in general. I am pouring out the offering by having declared this cow to be sacred, killing it, butchering it, and then offering the meat. We're saying we pour it out, but that doesn't necessarily mean it always has to be a dumping out of liquid, literally, right? Because once the term acquires the ritual technical usage, it's kind of detached from what the roots literally mean. Like one word in the Old English corpus for prayer is werthian, which literally means like to worth, Like, how do you worth something? What does that mean? Well, it means to speak the praises of, to apply value to, which isn't really what you're doing when you say you worth something, right? Because it's not really you get what I mean here?
Mm-hmm.
Like the making the word a ritual technical term unglues it from the literal definition of the word by etymology in a lot of these cases. So it's kind of like, well, it doesn't necessarily make sense if you take it back to Proto-Indo-European why this word meaning to pour out comes to mean to declare sacred. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be so literal, because we see this a lot. Like, I mean, this is kind of a silly modern example, but like Christians take communion. They're eating a cracker and drinking wine. Not to be a little flippant, but it's like, but how is that communing? Well, once it takes upon the technical usage, it doesn't necessarily literally mean to like share hands or whatever. I'm going to look up the etymology of communion from Latin real quick.
And we keep talking on the word sacrifice. Sacrifice just means to make sacred. It doesn't mean
Yes.
to destroy or to cut or to kill.
Yeah.
It just means to make it sacred. When we sacrifice our time for work in the AFA, we're just saying this time I'm using for something sacred. Now we use it in modern context in non-sacral senses, but that's just erroneous, to be fair, but it's modern part.
Yeah. Well, that's even kind of the thing going back to animal sacrifice. Like maybe there's a vegan or a vegetarian watching this program, but like everyone here eats meat, but animal sacrifice has become profane. So has the word sacrifice in a certain sense. To sacrifice just means to give up now. Whereas in like Latin, if you use the word sacrifice to just mean, yeah, I'm sacrificing my time by doing this, it'd almost be kind of like cussing in a certain sense. Like, you're not supposed to use that term that way, The etymology of communion means like to guard together. So like to take communion, to perform guarding together, what does that have to do with consuming the body and blood of the Messiah? Like, sorry. Are you on to something, sir?
Yeah, no, I just see Panfusa talking about reasons that they were on the fence about possibly joining the AFA because of what a bloat is. And
what's wrong with our calendar?
No, that's fine. I assume that that's because we don't focus on a lunar calendar.
Yeah.
2025, but
I get that, but that's very much the reasoning for it. We're not pretending that that's how the ancestors did it. We're making our calendar function for people in 2025 using the calendar.
I just want to say our Substack does have quite a number of articles discussing the theology of how we do bloat by a overly loquacious folk builder.
Well, there you go. And so, but also thank you for giving it consideration and for reconsidering, and honestly for asking the question. All too often people won't ask questions. They just make assumptions, and that's really unfortunate. And yeah, it's nobody wants to like trick somebody or take advantage of impulsiveness. It's very much appreciated if somebody gives joining the AFA a serious thought and serious, contemplation, because it also tends to mean that when they do join, it's a serious commitment for them. So I respect that. I'm glad you came on and asked a question. That said, it's late and we're going to go to bed. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate all the questions. Chris, certainly appreciate all you brought to the table tonight. Next week, Svan will be out of the country on a journey. So I've got to figure out what we're doing. But rest assured, I will be here and I will talk to you guys. We will have a program for you. Till then, hail the Æsir, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.
Hail.